Hi! Hello! Oh, Santa's on! Welcome back! Welcome back for 10 months! Hi! This music is too loud. I have to turn it down because I can't hear myself. Hi! We'll be working on my design. Hang on. We'll be working on my design manifesto I'm doing for a class, but I'll be lurking. Ooh, good luck on your design manifesto. Welcome back for 10 months. Hi! Hi, how are you feeling? Oh, I'm feeling some kind of way. Do I sound different? My voice is kind of back, thankfully. A little bit. It's better than it definitely was Monday. I sound a little funky, maybe. I'm congested, if you can't tell. But hi, I am recovering. I will never be kept down. You sound stuffy. Oh, I am stuffy. That is, in fact, what I am. But however, I will not be kept down by illness. The Pokemon trainer crits must go on because I refuse to put them off for another week. I don't know what the curse is with the Pokemon trainer crits, but I am breaking it right now. We are not putting it off again. I am here today. I will be okay. Hope you feel better. Thank you. I gotta be good about drinking my beverage because that's what's making my voice preserve. And before anyone gets worried, my throat doesn't hurt or anything, and my voice not working so well isn't painful or uncomfortable. It's mostly I'm just kind of froggy, so I gotta make sure I'm drinking my beverage. Also, I have to say, well, actually, let me just tell a tale real quick here. So, Joby, as you guys may have heard on Friday, was sick. Joby was sick for all of, I think, 24 hours, and Joby was almost totally, completely normal the very next day. You heard them at the beginning of stream. You guys got to literally witness in real time Joby getting over the cold. Joby was sick in the morning and sounded like I sound right now when they popped in towards the beginning of the Friday stream. And then at the end of the Friday stream, they were totally normal and cured. They were totally fine. Meanwhile, I, comparatively, started having symptoms Saturday afternoon. I'd been taking my zinc lozenges. I took my vitamins and stuff to try and stave it off as best I could, but what can you do? Sunday, I was down for the count. I was out. No amount of sleep Sunday or Monday was enough for me to stop being exhausted. I was so tired. I was so sleepy. I was more sleepy than anything else. Even though I was super duper congested and my voice was kind of missing for 2 days. Yesterday, I actually called out of work, which is a first for me. Because I was I can't do anything. I was I'm so exhausted. I physically cannot do this. I will not be able to arrive safely. But today, actually not today, yesterday, Shrew Mom called me. I was like, hey, what's up? Making plans for something in May. And I was talking to her and she's like, you sound terrible. What's wrong? I was like, well, thanks. I'm aware. I am sick. And she was like, well, haven't you taken anything for it? And I was like, yeah, I've been taking my Dayquil and my NyQuil. And she was like, why? You should take an Advil cold and sinus. We've been over this. Just take an Advil cold and sinus. You will be okay. Please take an Advil cold and sinus. I was like, okay, I'll take an Advil cold and sinus. And we didn't have any, so I made Joey pick up some for me from on the way home from work. But Shrew Mom said a terrible sentence to me that I will never forget now. Do your relatives who are older ever say things that they definitely don't know what means? Do they ever not say, do they ever say things they shouldn't say because they don't know what they mean? But in kind of a funny way? Shrew Mom said to me, she said, wow, I can't say the word, it's inappropriate, but she said, the opposite of, or when a food is uncooked, you would consider it to be one thing. And a Pomeranian is a type of animal known as a 3-letter word. She said that to me. If you can infer what that means, she said, you're ing this cold? Why haven't you taken Advil cold and sinus? And I was like, girl! Huh? I was like, I'm never gonna recover from this, ever! I was like, Mom, do you know what that means? And she was like, yeah, you're doing something without any aid. And I was like, no! I was like, that's not what that means. So that did wake me up pretty significantly yesterday. I mean, I have heard the phrase used as that. Yes, but that's because it's lost its initial meaning. I know that it does not have maybe as much of like a sexual or inappropriate meaning nowadays as it used to. But oh my god! No! Mother! What is the word? I can't say it out loud. It's beyond PG-13. I will not say it. Amber has alluded to it clearly enough, though, I think. Yeah. Hear that the best we can give a cold is to give it to someone else. Low-key, maybe that's how Joby got over it, was by gifting it to me. But, like, I'm doing okay. I feel alright for the most part. I have more energy from taking the Advil, cold, and sinus, and not, as, Shrew Mom put it, ing it. I can whisper it. I guess you guys can whisper it. Did you check on the Mushroom Man on the Beep of the Lamb? I did! Mushroom Man is okay. He is alive and well. We actually brought him back from the dead more than once now. But, oh yeah, I should get us started. I actually have a decent amount of housekeeping to do. Also, I'm more phlegmy now that I'm talking, and I'm so sorry. If I sound too gross and weird, please tell me and we will just end stream and I will deal with this later. I can't tell how I sound because I'm congested. But like my throat is funny. So, housekeeping! Things we have to take care of. We gotta go over to start the week. So, first of all, actually, cool thing that I that I showed on Twitter that I have a feeling most of the showmates did not see. Twitter hates me, and I have to remember to put this on other platforms, but I'm not even gonna say what it is. I'm just gonna give you the link here. Have fun. There you go. There you go, have gift. You should look at it. You should look at the thing I've given you. You should look at it and ponder as to what that might be and what that may mean. Also, yeah, so May 11th, there will be more than one thing occurring. More than one thing occurring on May 11th. So, the thing I have just sent you will arrive on May 11th. It'll arrive on May 11th. Yeah, be there or be square. You should come, May 11th. And we're going to be starting our Crits for Charity that day. My post on the Twitter about that was supposed to go live today, and it did not, seemingly. Twitter often eats my posts, and I don't know why. Let's see, where is it? Hoshi has caught on to maybe what it might be. Maybe, perhaps, yes. Maybe. Let me check my drafts here. Very cool. Reminds me of a certain art I've seen before. Did I show you guys that art? I may have shown you the art. You may be a little bit more familiar with it than I think. But, we are going to debut that on the 11th, which is slightly less than 2 weeks from now. And we're going to start our Crits for Charity that day. And I can confirm that the donations for Crits for Charity are 30 USD / 45 AUD. That is the amount to donate if you would like your design to be critiqued on stream, or a design that you maybe sponsor, or something like that. Her debut as soon as I got in. Hi, Lance! May 11th! 5/11, yes! May 11th. It's a Monday stream. It'll be the first stream for Crits for Charity. I figure, why not do both at the same time? Because it's a cool, exciting event, and maybe we'll entice more people to show up for it. Maybe. Yeah. But what is debuting? I missed that bit. Oh. Well, this is. This is what is. There you go. This is it. There you go. Bam. Got it. Love a good charity stream? Me too. I'm looking forward to doing it again. We did it last year and it was really enjoyable for me. And I'm really proud of how much we managed to fundraise last year. I think we raised over $2,000 for Cure Cancer Australia, which is incredible. I was so proud of us. So I'm, let's see. Maybe we'll be able to beat our record for last year? Honestly, if we even approach our record from last year, I'll be over the moon. But yeah, so that'll be coming up. We've got that to look forward to. We've got new EG form to look forward to with it. There's gonna be a whole new EG layout with it also. I've got like assets for it and stuff also. So it'll be cute and fun. When does the critique donation appear? So, as of next Monday, I am going to open up the whatchamacallit, like the campaign, so that you guys can start donating if you want, just to like get in line if you want to. I'm gonna open it when stream starts next Monday, and the following Monday will be when the crits are. X is being mean, I can't watch the video. Okay, hang on, we can watch the video together. Here, I'll open it. Don't mind if I show you the thing I worked hard on. It's really cute. It turned out really nice. I'm really happy with it. Let me see. Where's where's an area where I can show you it? If I go... No, hang on. Here. This should work. Here, I should make it big. Bam. What's that? Oh my god. Oh my god. What have they done to my onion? They've cubified it. They've shoved me into an ice cube tray. And I came out all kinds of weird. This is like, have you ever seen when people put like a funny little mold on a fruit when it's growing and then it comes out a strange shape? It's how they make like cube oranges. That's what they did to me. They shoved me into a cube mold while I was growing. How voxeling? I don't know if it's technically voxeling, but it is cubing. You should be there or be square, May 11th. I will turn you into a square. That is a threat also. High res, low poly G. I'll let you know that the resolution is not high either. What is the name of the style though? It's just low poly. I think it's just low poly. I guess I'm telling you what it is, kind of. As if you couldn't tell with your eyeballs. It's low poly. It's low poly. It's not a voxel though. So it counts as low poly, gotcha. Yeah, I think it's below 2,000 polygons. It's below 2K, try. But it's not below 1024. So, yeah. Donations start May 4th, so may the 4th be with you. Yes. Yes. Would it be considered cubism? No. No. My face is entirely too orderly and all in the right places, and there are not multiple perspectives being used, so not cubism. No. It is slightly more minimalist, but I don't know if it's going fully into minimalism. And yeah, it's not PS1 low poly in style either. At all. Not exactly PS1 low poly, no. I should check what the poly count is for you guys. I'll check and see what it is so I can brag about it or whatever. I tend to not care so much about poly count, just because I want good deformation, as long as I'm keeping a low poly style, you know? I'll check that for you, but yeah, this will happen. This will occur. I promise, it will be real. Let me go to this room. Right? Yes. A VTuber design concept inspired by cubism would be very interesting though. I know, low-key, I wish I knew how to use Live 2D better, because that's a concept that I feel like would work much better in 2D than 3D. And it would probably be really cool. It'd probably be very incredibly cool. We could do like cubism, we could do minimalism, we could do, oh man, can you imagine a Dadaism? That'd be interesting. Yeah. 3DS low poly maybe? PS3 low poly? Yeah, DS low poly though, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I do remember or recall there being a VTuber with a modern art model. There is. And there's also a VTuber who has that, like, what do they call it? Like, Memphis corporate art style too. There's some cool things. Can you do Art Deco? Fairy Sammy has done Art Deco for a model already. We rated Sammy before. Yeah. How would a voxel of this model work? Of what model? The cat? The rubric? The low poly? I don't know. My voxel models all look the same. A voxel model is just a model made of all squares that are the same size. And I just haven't made a voxel model for EG 2.0 because I don't have time. No. VTuber model with the sock puppet? Gavis Battle. Almontas. There's a lot of VTubers, I think, who have sock puppet models. Yeah, Yomi did it too, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Wasn't the cat used last time? Yes, we did use the cat, but I think we used the cat on a week where I only had one stream, so I'm bringing the cat back. The cat is not in the hat. The cat is in the house. The cat is back. Is here. Speaking of, I saw an announcement that Cloud Miku's coming back. Yeah! Yeah. So that's part of my announcements I have to continue with, which is that Clown Miku challenge is going to return. I've been sick, so planning has not proceeded yet, because I did nothing for 3 days. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, yeah, 3 days. I did nothing for 3 days. I actually don't think I've slept as much as I did those 3 days, probably the last maybe 4 to 8 years of my life. Crazy. Wild. Insanity. Don't worry, I'm okay. I was mostly just tired. But yeah, so Clown Miku rather, challenge will proceed eventually. You guys are getting a little bit of time off right now, so that you may survive your finals, and so that I may also survive my illness and also finals. Yes. Not you saying Monday, Tuesday, marvelous Sunday time. Oh, marvelous Sunday, my daughter. She is so sweet. You do already have a voxel model? It's your Minecraft skin? I guess that kind of counts, but I think that's more of a pixel art model. Maybe. Don't know how I would qualify that legally. And I make the rules, so I'd have to figure out a legal decree for that one. Had a cold like that before, the type where you sleep for a few hours after spending all your energy on a phone call. Literally, Monday, I updated the shrooms down here at the bottom, the shroommates. If you've submitted your shroomate design in the Discord server, it should be updated. Wahoo! But I spent all of my willpower on Monday doing that. It took me, I think, 2 hours to do something that would normally take me 20 minutes. My eyes were like unfocusing. And then I went to bed. Yesterday, I didn't even try. Yesterday, I got up, ate breakfast, and exhausted myself eating breakfast, and then went back to bed. But I'm okay. You're grading your viewers' work? Not today, but on Monday I will be. Today we are looking at Pokemon trainers. We are looking at Pokemon characters, maybe would be the better thing to call it. They are trainers, but they're not OCs. Yeah, not today though. Let's see, did I have any other announcements to get out there? I don't know if I did. Was that all of it? Let me look at my announcement in the Discord server to see if I forgot anything. Also, I did not close the server yesterday. I think it crashed at some point during the night because I started it when I woke up yesterday morning to call out of work, and then I just never turned it off, the Minecraft server. I checked it. It seems like it's fine. It says that the last time it saved was like last night in the middle of the night, so I think it saved and closed itself, but I don't really know how it would have done that. Maybe Jubby closed it. Actually, maybe the more rational assumption to make here would be that Jubby closed it. I don't think we lost anything though. I don't think anything was lost. It was logging stuff from yesterday night and yesterday evening, so it seems fine. It seems okay. It seems all right. Playing Minecraft at 2 a.m. Yeah, were you guys, how late was it on? Were you guys still on it until it went down? Was anyone online when it went down? And when it closed? It saves every time something changes. Oh, okay, so we're probably fine then. Yeah, it closed a few minutes after midnight your time. I wonder if Jubby did close it, because I think that was when Jubby came to bed, was a little bit after midnight. I wonder if my screen was on and they saw it. They may have. I was sleeping, didn't play yesterday. Totally fair and understandable. Was there anything else to announce? I'm in the wrong part of my own server. Hang on, let's see. Yep, that. Yep, Ida Cold. Oh! Other thing. Final thing for housekeeping. Because you guys had asked on Friday, we are going to do a clip showcase next Friday. Because you guys wanted to do one. So if you have, like, favorite clips from stream that you have taken or that others have taken, or if you have anything you want to find or anything like that, here is where you can place it if you would like. You can send me, I believe, a link to it because I couldn't accept actual video files. It's too big. Yeah, clip showcase, yeah! Because the Shroommates have taken a number of intriguing clips of me. And they had asked for it because we were trying to look at some clips on stream on Friday, but trying to format it properly on the screen didn't quite work right. So I'm going to theoretically download the ones from the links you guys are submitting and then create like a compilation of them for us to watch together next Friday. Yeah! Any ideas on what the Clown Miku theme might be? No, not yet. That's actually, I think, the main thing that we have to decide still. And we haven't decided it yet. Singing Gary will be there for sure. I hope so. I hope Gary gets his chance in the limelight again. Let's see. How many submissions are there right now to it? Where is my drive? How does this all work? It will be a theme! I know. We had such a good idea for the theme last year. With it being wildcard, which made so much sense, and it was so nice and broad, but still gave like a nice amount of direction if you needed an idea. So this year, it's kind of hard to measure up. But I will not be pulling a Pia Pro. I will not be repeating themes multiple years. We are going to think of a new, unique theme, and we're going to run with that, perhaps. Let's see. How many submissions are there? Actually, it's just Edward. Edward is the only one who submitted clips so far. Which is why I knew I needed to announce it on stream, because I think I had checked, and it was just Edward when I checked before. Hey, worst case scenario, we're just gonna watch the 4 clips that Edward sent and then yap. Where did the Elder DD redeem go? Good question. Where did it go? Is it not there? Oh, you're right. I don't see it. How weird. I don't know why that's missing. Interesting. Edward works hard. Yeah, and I greatly appreciate it. So, Shroommates, if you have clips you would like to submit them, please. I'm going to try not to double clips up, so if things get submitted more than once, I'll try and only have it in there once. But we'll see how well of a job I do. Go pick some clips. Thanks! Thank you! Thank you, I appreciate it! Praise be to be Edward, clipper extraordinaire. Edward, did you make the clips that you uploaded? Let's see. I can snoop on your response. Did you make this clip? Yes. Okay. Just grabbed a couple I thought were silly. Thank you. 100% grass-fed, cruelty-free, what do they call it? Free roam. Edward clips. Thank you. We need Of the Lamb category? For what? For the clips in general? You can submit your Of the Lamb clips if you want. I don't think I'm gonna have them separated by category inherently. I'm just gonna edit them into like one long compilation probably, and that'll be it. And then we can watch them like, like theater style maybe. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be kind of strange for me watching a stream that is entirely just of myself, but it'll be something. It'll be something. I hope it'll be interesting. We'll see. You'll just start clipping your chanting, your EG raging, your chants at the end of the year. Y'all can vote for that. Oh, you're talking about for our Shroom State. I need to think of an award, or like a title for the award show I've been having. But yeah, we can do something with that maybe. Yeah. If you really must, you can create your clips of me when you guys are doing things you shouldn't be doing, and then we can have biggest betrayal as a category for the end of the awards, EG clips of the year. I guess this is its own little thing we're doing right now, which is just watching random clips, but yeah, we'll see. Gonna air the EG clip montage in theaters. Yeah, the Shroom State theaters, because I control the Shroom State theaters. Yeah. But, do I have anything else to announce? I think that actually may have been the final one. Clips, extra credit, Minecraft server, yeah, that's it. Wahoo, we did it. Now, I'm gonna mute and blow my nose. and then after that, we'll go over the rubric and start our Pokemon trainer critiques for realsies. Wahoo, hang on. Yes, we will take roll. Yes, we did take roll. Extra credit is finish anything for charity crits. Actually, that's a good idea. I'm gonna stick that next Monday in the announcements, that your extra credit for right now is to finish whatever you're submitting for your charity crit. Do that. There we go, I feel better. Oh wait, you know what I've done here? I think I've set myself up for failure. Have you ever heard people say that, like, if you've lost your voice or if you're trying to preserve your voice, you're not supposed to have dairy products? Have you heard that? I feel like singers or, like, performers may have heard that. Do you know what my lunch is? I say because I'm still eating it. Do you know what I'm eating for lunch? Cottage cheese. Never heard that? Really? I've heard it before too. Yeah, a singer thing. It coats your throat. I'm eating cottage cheese. And I wonder if that's making my voice worse. Will my submission still be first next week though? Yeah, Nilo, yours will still be first next week, yes. Yes. When charity crits start though, that'll be the following week. Sounds delicious though. It is good. Cottage cheese, just that? Yes. Cottage cheese with everything bagel seasoning on it. I need my protein. You're not bad at listening, it's okay. Don't type cottage cheese, don't take my word for it. I will take your word for it, I believe you. I heard leeks help with the voice, that's why Miku has one? Really? Is that true? I didn't know that. I do know that just like the allium family in general, like your onions, your garlics, your cloved things, are supposedly good for consuming when you're sick. Yeah, good for antibacterial. Yeah. And like ginger is also good. I've been having ginger tea. I see. I have to try with the everything bagel seasoning. It's good. It's good. Or like matzo ball seasoning, or what do they call it? Furikake? The seasoning for rice balls? It is good. Savory cottage cheese is the way to go. Sorry, my brain emptied of all words. That was not great. Yeah, furikake? Nice, okay, I got it. I thought I had the wrong word. And I got real scared. Savory. Sorry, my brain was loading. I had experienced physical lag. But why don't I actually get us started now? Why don't I get us started? I'll get us started. Today, Shroommates, we're going to be continuing our Pokemon trainer design critiques. Trainer, in this case, includes everything as far as rivals, antagonists, protagonists, tutoragonists, what other words can I say about them? Just any NPC type of character in Pokemon. Bug catchers, that is a category, yeah. There's a lot of categories in Pokemon, aren't there? Yes, could include any of them. What I have prepared for us today are a couple of the highly requested fellas from the comments of the last stream. So we're starting with Iono, who was perhaps the most requested, probably because I'm a streamer and a VTuber, and she's kind of a streamer, and because she's anime, she kind of looks like a VTuber too. So we'll start with Iono. Then we have Cynthia, Raihan, Corbeau, Acerola, and Nessa. Depending on time, if I am efficient, which God, who knows if I will be, if I'm efficient, we will maybe look at a couple other fellas by request, maybe. No Lenora, no, these are all people who had at least 2 votes for them at some point. Other than Raihan, who I just wanted to talk about design, and because I already had him prepped. And N, because I also just wanted to talk about N. So those were my 2 EG overrides. My other one that was an EG override that didn't go through was Iris. We can bring her back. I have her prepped also, but yeah. Can you do Nate? It's from the same game as N? Who was Nate? I have to say, let me do my disclaimers because this relates to what I'm about to say, which is that I am a casual Pokemon fan. That's my disclaimer. I have played a couple of Pokemon games. I have only played maybe 4 hours of Pokemon Moon in the last 8 years. I don't think I've actually played a Pokemon game in the last 8 years otherwise, unfortunately, just because I don't have a lot of time for playing games. I was a grad student. I was getting a master's degree. That doesn't leave you much time as a gamer. But I have, in my past, played Emerald, I've played X, I've played Black, I've played, I already said Moon, I've played some, I think, Diamond? I can't remember if I finished Diamond. My worst trait as a person is that I just don't finish games, and I was telling the streammates on Friday that I reopened my Pokemon Moon save only to discover that I was literally standing in the area to go fight the Elite Four for Alola in that like room with all the glowy things, and I just like not fought any of them. I literally went into the room that you can't back out of, and I didn't fight them. So I did beat them. But as a result, I am not the knower of all things. I have tried to be as efficient in my research as possible for this, so I have looked into all the characters and their backgrounds just to make sure I'm not missing major things about them. But if I do miss something about a character, as may happen, you are welcome to let me know. Kindly and pleasantly and friendly, whether it be in the chat or in the comments. Okay? I've also watched... Oh, wait! Here's my confusion, though, is we own Diamond. I watched a bunch of the Diamond anime, so I wonder if that might be why I'm confusing myself about how much I've played of that game. Perplexing. Anyways, last time we streamed this, we mostly looked at characters that are from the anime. We looked at Ash and Misty and Brock and Professor Oak and Jessie and James and Nurse Joy. Today, we're looking at mostly fellas who may appear in the anime, but are more well-known for being in the games. They're minor characters in the anime. Perhaps. So, what other disclaimers do I have here before I forget? Hi, I'm Squiiji. Did I introduce myself at all today? Do any of you know who I am? Who am I? What am I really? I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. I have taught character design for several years at university level, and I do have some credentials in this area as a result. I am not the end-all be-all as far as character design goes, as to whether or not character design is good or bad or effective or ineffective. However, my 2 cents have a little bit of weight behind them. I'd say my 2 cents are more like maybe $2. A little more. A little more. Who am I? Who are you? Where am I? Where's EG? What have you done with EG? Who are you? I've been here for months and I still have no idea. That's a great question because I don't know who I am yet either. I'm still figuring it out too. Gondor calls for aid and Raihan will answer. That's a good bit. I like that. I like that. But yes, that's me. So you're welcome to disagree with me. I'm not the end-all be-all. Just be nice about it, please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Also, we're not going to run into this as a problem probably too much today, but just beware, I'm not a hater. Generally, I agree with the sensibilities and the art direction of Pokemon's character design, but if I have things to say that are critical, please understand, I'm not a hater. I'm providing constructive criticism with the intent of pointing out ways that we can all improve in our own art by looking at, you know, art others have made, and also just pointing out reasons why people may like certain characters for certain things, and just smart, clever decision-making that has occurred within this franchise. Because, generally, I would say, regardless of what you think about the designs of the Pokemons themselves, I would say that the character design for Pokemon has only been getting better. Has only been getting better. Especially since I've been recently exposed to some trainers and NPCs that are in the most recent 2 games. Man, there's some cool designs. There's some real cool ones in there. AKA the Himiko rule, yes. Yes, you can disagree with me. You are welcome to. Also, a grade that I give a character in the Pokemon franchise is only comparable against other Pokemon characters. So if I use this rubric that we have here before us, and I give a Pokemon character a 6 out of 10, I don't want to hear, well, but you gave so-and-so from Genshin Impact a 6 out of 10, and nope, not cross-comparable. I'm probably actually harsher on the designs in Pokemon than I was on the designs in any gacha game that we've looked at, probably. Other than maybe, like, Cookie Run Kingdom, perhaps. I think I was about as harsh as I would be in a regular critique for Cookie Run Kingdom. I've been a little gentle for some other gacha games, but I'm not being gentle with Pokemon or Guilty Gear or other series of that nature because the designs are generally pretty effective, so they can take it. Genshin's over-designed, Pokemon's mostly under-designed, especially in the earlier gens. I do actually agree with that. I do think that some of the trainers are under-designed in earlier gens. But also, one of the reasons for that is that, you know, it's an 8-bit game. You have to focus on clarity over everything else. Over everything else. Also, Ram1520, thank you for following, I appreciate it. A Genshin fan EG hater would be like the Genshin lives in your head rent-free. What? I do wonder if there's people who watch me because they don't like what I have to say, just so they can be mad about it, because I know that's a thing people do. If you're out there, hi! Hi! Hello! I don't hate you, I could never hate you. But that's funny that you feel that way. Anyways, did I have anything else to say here as disclaimer? I don't think I did. I don't know. Hello. Hi. Always Genshin as the example? It's always Genshin as the example because that's the only time it ever happens. No one ever shows up and is like, you gave my Cookie Run Kingdom character this grade, but you gave this character from other series a higher grade. Why is that? They don't do that. It's only Genshin fans in my email trying to tell me that my life is useless and pointless and that I'm wrong and will never be right in your email. Oh yeah, ever since I closed my DMs on Twitter, email. That's actually where I get most of my hate is through my email. If I get hate messages, it's almost always in my email. It's funny. I just delete them, I don't care. You can't hurt me. I'm invincible. You can't hurt me in a way that matters. I'm a mushroom. It takes no time to search up your email. In all fairness, my email's not hard to find. My email is, I believe, on the... It's on my YouTube, and it is on my Twitch. All you have to do is look... Or not on my... I think it is actually my Twitch, actually. But it's on my Twitter also. If you just look at my Twitter profile, you'll see my email. It's right there. It is right there. But I do, yeah, I do think that it is generally a thing that tells me they have too much time on their hands. Yes, it's on your Twitch too. Yeah, it is. So, like, it's not like they did look hard for it, but, like, too much time on your hands, nonetheless. Anyways, you've been on the internet so long, hate doesn't touch you. Yeah, what is the saying? Haters are how you know you're onto something. Something like that, yeah. Is the hate mail proficiently written with formal introduction and ending? No, and a couple of them, because, like, I will read them every once in a while just because I'm curious. A couple of them have been very clearly chat GPT'd, and I'm like, wow, you're so mad at me that you couldn't even be bothered to write your own message to me about how mad you are at me? At least if you're writing it yourself, you're really letting off some of that steam of anger, but, like... really totally perplexing. If you use an M dash and hate
Pause
mail,
the plays,
crazy.
gonna play,
Oh, yeah?
play, and the haters
are
gonna hate,
Hate?
baby. I'm just gonna shake. I shake it off. I shake it off, woo hoo hoo.
Very good, Gary. I love your shake. You sound like me trying to get my Nintendogs to listen and learn commands when I was like 12. You guys have some funny comments about this. I know. What lazy bums. Can't even type a proper hate message to me. Come on. Anyways, we should focus. Thank you, Gary, for your glorious rendition of Shake It Off. What happened? Gary sang Shake It Off to me because I'm not letting the haters get to me. But this is our rubric that we use for our character design critiques. We use them for VTuber design critiques because what is a VTuber if not also a character? But we're going to use them today for our Pokemon design critiques. So, in order for a character to get full points on this rubric, they need to get 2 points in each of these 5 categories, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. My throat did something weird. Hang on. Sorry. I like choked on my own spit and something strange happened. I'm okay. The categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. So, to get full points for color palette, the color palette should be cohesive and interesting. Contrast should work at a distance, and color placement should support the focal point. You will get no points for palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. If the hues and values should be completely revisited. Yes, I am okay. It was like only a momentary thing, but I immediately knew I was gonna make a terrible noise, so I muted myself. I saved you from it, don't worry. I am a-okay. Just a momentary trouble. Nothing that can keep me down. I'm just happy to be streaming again. I miss streaming. Every time I can't have a stream, I'm like so sad about it. I know not everybody loves streaming, but I love streaming. I don't care if I'm still streaming in like 10 years and there's only 2 of you left watching me. I'm still doing it. It's too fun. Just nothing but a flesh wound. Now I want to hear it. Nope. Nope. 4, silhouette. 2 get full points. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Pokemon is really good at this when it comes to the designs of the Pokemons themselves. However, with the characters, honestly, some of the silhouettes aren't as strong as I would like them to be. We'll get there. 4, complexity versus clarity. Oh wait, my other thing I was gonna say, which is that color palette, often I complain a lot in this category about designs having disinteresting color palettes because they're too safe. They're black, white, a color, and a metal, which is a very overdone palette. It's not a bad palette, it's just overdone. I'm fatigued of it. But Pokemon, because it's marketed towards kids predominantly, is so flashy and colorful. Most of the characters have complex color palettes, and I'm so happy about it. It makes me so happy. So we'll talk about that. There we go. Now for complexity versus clarity. The level of detail should be appropriate to the medium. So, if we were talking about characters that were showing up in games that were in the 8-bit or 16-bit eras, if they have less detail, that may be appropriate, because recognizability and clarity are going to be more important than making them, you know, astoundingly unique. Just because we need to be able to see them on the screen and know who it is. Don't get a lot of resolution to work with in those cases. But for newer games, a little more detail that adds to more uniqueness would be nice. We'll accept it. The designs also need to pass the plushification test. Previously, when we talked about Pokemon, I had made a statement that I didn't think trainers had a lot of merch of them, at least compared to the Pokemon. Man, was I proved wrong, and man, was I proved wrong by pretty much just one person here. Man, there's so much Cynthia merch. So much Cynthia merch there is. There's so much Cynthia merch. There's a lot for her. She is very popular. I knew she was popular, but she is incredibly popular. So, I'll eat my words. But as a result, the trainers should pass the plushification test. If the designs are distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, they will not pass this category though. For focal point, in order to receive full points, the primary focal point should be well executed. Viewers should be drawn to look at the character's face first. Then they can visually explore the rest of the body and the design. You'll get no points if the focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally is concept and motifs. Concept is, in order to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. The key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. This includes things like personality, maybe what type of trainer they are, you know, if they have a team that is all one type of Pokemon, if their clothing is related to any Pokemon in particular, or, you know, if they have an occupation in the game that isn't just trainer, if they work somewhere or something. These are things we should identify about them just based on what they look like, often. Also, if there's like cultural references and things like that. There was a very interesting debate that I almost added my 2 cents to on Twitter recently, where people were complaining. They were like, man, I wish the trainers in Pokemon weren't just glorified Yajinkas anymore. My guy, they've kind of always been that way. They've always been telling you what their Pokemon are based on how they're dressed. They've been doing that forever. That's not new. And why are you complaining? It's interesting character design. What do you want? Just a man who is dressed in his sports outfit? What do you want? Come on. Adding the Pokemon as a layer to the design makes them more interesting. This is a, oh no, my lobster too buttery, like, kind of moment. Come on. Steak too juicy. Yeah, it is the entire point. So I will not hear that argument. In the last game, they have a man dressed in a suit and tie. Oh, I'm sure they have designs that are not as thoroughly influenced by Pokemon, but they are still. They are. Literally, so cool when a trainer looks like their Pokemons. Exactly. I agree. So, a character will receive no points for their concept if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. Larry's a normal type, so it works perfectly. Yeah. Yeah, why not? It's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, I'll take it. Pokemon are flashies, of course they add those to the trainer. Yeah, they have to make them also interesting. Also, I just need to go back for a second. I wanted to read all of this before I got off topic again. I said that I would still be streaming in 10 years, and Rex said grandparent EG streaming era. Rex, do you think I'm gonna be old enough to be a grandparent in 10 years? What? Excuse me. I'm not that old. I'm not old. I'm not even 30. Yeah, I want to be a grandparent at the fresh age of mid to late 40s. No. False. I was an aunt in my teens. Anything's possible. No, but okay, but the part you're missing here, Amber, is that I would have to have a kid, and the kid would have to have a kid for me to be a grandparent. That's not happening. I would have had to have already had the kid. If I was to have a kid in 10 years, or grandkid in 10 years. No! If you adopt a teenager, it's possible. I will not be doing that. Gary is kind of your son. Gary, you're not old enough to be doing those things. False. I will not be a grandparent. No. Could you just adopt one? Adopt a grandchild? I guess? Will Gary be old enough to have a child in 10 years? No! Gary is barely over 1 year old. No! No. 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 Gary shall carry the mantle. I don't know. I don't like where this is going. This is a left turn tangent. Sorry. Gary Jr. Only one? He's like 1 and like 3 months now. Yes. He was born not last February, but the previous February. Sorry. I did get mega distracted. I saw that. You should be proud of me that I didn't interrupt this to interject and accuse Rex of calling me a grandparent in 10 years. By internet standards, you're old when you're 20s. 30 is ancient. I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate it in every way, shape, and form. No. Gary's a great vocabulary for being 1 year old. Well, he's a mushroom. We kind of have like an accelerated life cycle. Don't worry about it too much. Anyways, we should take roll and we should like critique Pokemon trainers. Twirls my hair, hoping we leave this topic behind us. Gary's cute and awesome CEO boss baby. Yes, he's a boss baby. Who's my little boss baby? Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. 25-year-old VTubers being called hags. I got called a hag once and I was like, you will never say that to me ever again. No. No. Nope. No. Accelerated life cycle say, so he could have a child in 10 years. No. I almost just said a sentence I was gonna incredibly regret.
Now that I think about it, Pokemon reminds me a lot of Boss Baby.
In what way, Gary? What do you mean? What do you mean Gary reminds you of Boss Baby? I'm gonna stop saying sentences. If I tell him Hive Mind makes teaching easier. That's true. He did just learn to speak because he just reads my mind. We're gonna focus. We're gonna focus. Who's here for class today? Who would like to check in for class? Yeah, keys. Dinkle jingle shroommates. Shroommates. Yeah, we've yapped for almost an hour. we should do critiques. Who's here for class? If you want to check in for class, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem on Twitch, or you can
Hello,
use
I'm
the flyer
Gary,
here.
and I know my ABCs hammer hammer, B, Kong, D, E, F, G, hi, J, Kong.
What? Gary, that was a very interesting alphabet. I don't know if I pass you on that one. I think I'd give you like a 6 out of 10. Actually, not even. You didn't even make it halfway through the alphabet.
Jingle keys, jingle keys.
Yes, that's true, Gary. Yes, jingle keys, jingle keys. Yes. So, who's here? I see Bleak, I see Friendly Guy, I see Aerith, I see Stylist Mage, Undead Diver, Frostbushy, Edward, Hoshi, Amber, Chokorama, Art Fun Bugs, Ocnus, Nilo, Rex, Sade, Sadism, Valos, Deuscori, Scrolly, Picto Shaman, Angel Kitty, Silly, Starina, Creator Faith, Midnight Wayne. Hello. YouTube Showmates, I see Ked, and I see Soul King Creator, and I see Endirium, and Priestess Shizuka. I am here and already have much to think about. Sorry. Also, YouTube, can you stop translating things? Moss Cake said hi earlier, and it translated Moss Cake saying hi into the word this. Why? A is art, C is for concrete, B is for not butter. I'll think about what B is for. Anyways, Pokemon critiques. Was that it? Did I do everything? Was I successful? I finished my design manifesto during this entire talk. Oh my god. Oh my god. Every time I think about the fact that I used to teach 1-hour lectures, I'm astounded by past EG's efficiency, but then again, this is more of a conversation. If I'm doing a lecture, I'm not really conversing with you. Oh, also, Astrolight designed this very cute personification of the rubric for us. That's what I did. G is for grandbabies. No! Stop! No. No. Honestly, with so many tangents, I forgot if you did it all. I don't know. We'll just pretend like I had all of my things. We'll just pretend I said everything I was supposed to. Hi, Revity. Begin the journey. Yes, the Pokemon journey. Oh, wait. General statements. Did I have anything more for general statements? Oh, I have to talk about the developer's intention, just very briefly. So, developer's intention. These characters are designed to drive the plot forward in the games. In gacha games, characters are designed to be enticing to you, whether through whatever their kit of skills they have, whatever that is, or through maybe their story, or maybe their appearance. They have to be something that interests you. They have to be something that interests you, maybe in a your eyes turn into hearts and your wallet secretly empties of all of its cash because you need to obtain them. That's their intent. Gacha games. Meanwhile, Pokemon, their cash money is derived from other things. It's not the characters themselves. Pokemon obtains its revenue through the anime and manga directing you to maybe make purchase of a game, like the video games, or the trading card game, or even the trading card game in the application that you can have on your phone, which is still gacha again, or any of their like 9 other IPs they have that do have battle passes and other mechanics of that sort. So, the trainers' designs themselves do not have to be something that we find appealing. As such, Pokemon is not afraid to make designs for characters that we would consider to not be conventionally attractive. As funny as it sounds, we're not actually probably going to be looking at any today that aren't considered conventionally attractive, because as luck would have it, the ones people request tend to be those ones. But there is a ton more variety in Pokemon as far as character design goes, with body type, with facial feature variety, with eye color and hair color and skin color and all of these things, which makes me very happy. Similarly, it is a franchise that is at least primarily targeted towards children. So usually franchises targeted towards children are trying to sell toys often. So if you make things that are in simple, easy to draw shapes with bright, flashy colors, you're encouraging children to draw the characters in the first place, but then also you're making the plushies easier to manufacture also when you do make them, plushies or toys or anything of that sort. So that's how Pokemon works. The trainer designs are mostly just fun things that help us drive the story forward, and yeah, if we're attached to them, that's a good thing, but it's not as essential to their revenue as the Pokemon themselves are. Hi Al, how are you? So I go for plushies and bags personally. I can't believe I went the entire last stream without mentioning to you that I have a Skitty plushie on my desk. I have a Skitty plushie. It is one of my only pieces of merchandise from any series ever. And I love him. I'm holding him. Me. I squish him. My hands will not track while I'm holding him for some reason. Look at his tiny little head in my hands. Come on, track my hands. What is going on? Why are you not tracking my hands? Hello? Hold it. I'm patting the Skitty on the head and it really wants nothing of it. There we go. Little guy. I love him. I got him back in the ye olden days when you had to order essentially directly from Japan through an address forwarding service. I've had my Skitty plushie since like 2014, I think. It wasn't easy getting them back then, let me tell you. Also, having designs with spindly parts means that the plastic toys are fragile and can be choking hazards. True! So making things a little bit bulkier, making things have a little bit more mass, is also intentional in a lot of the designs for the Pokemon themselves. Yes, this is true. Pokemon Company website. That may have been where I'd gotten it, but I can't remember. It was a long time ago, and it was allowance money. I will love my Skitty forever, though. And she lives on my desk, and I love her. But... I've said all this just so that we can make sure we understand what their intentions are with the designs here. Yeah. So starting, we have Iono, who I don't actually know how you say her name. I want to pronounce her name as Iono, like ionizing, because she's got some electricity theming going on. I'm gonna guess maybe that's correct. Yeah, Iono? Yeah, okay. I always want to call her Iono, but Iono would make more sense. So let's just do a cold read of her design. Let's just look through the elements of her design to see if we can, you know, parse out what may be the deal with her. So, she has, first of all, lightning bolts as a motif in her design. I think it's at least in 2 places, but she has a shooting star that becomes a lightning bolt on her jacket, which also has an icon with a play button in the middle of it. Wonder what that's about. She has little, like, Frankenstein-like bolts in a couple of areas repeating, also has as a motif. And then she has some little guys in her hair, which I'm not sure if are alive or not, but they seem like they may actually be little guys. Are these, Magnemites? They're fake? Okay. These look like Magnemites. Or Magnemite? What is it called? Is that not what they're called? Magnemite. I'm second guessing myself now. They're alive? Her stream intro line is, "Your eyes are mine," so I assume Iono. Ah, okay. Magnemite, yes, okay. I said it out loud and I was like, this doesn't sound like a real word. It's like when you say the word Bowser over and over and over again and it stops being correct. Magneton is the evolved form. They're Magnezones. Okay, technically because there's multiple of them. Maybe that is true. But her outfit does use some other elements. They have these little bolt-like protrusions on the top of their head. She has them on her ankles and on her neck. She is sort of like a techno or carbon mesh style pattern on her clothing that feels very digital. She's got primary colors in her palette. She is mostly pink, blue, and yellow, which does give her a little bit of a childish feeling, as does the proportioning of her clothing. This is something that has always perplexed me a little bit about her, but the way that her body is proportioned is very interesting in this art. Especially the cropping of her jacket. It really makes it seem like her torso is like this big, and then her legs are super duper duper long. Her torso is teeny tiny. But that does help to emphasize the fact that she is kind of a gremlin. They've made her short. Her head is very big in comparison to the rest of her body. She's wearing a giant oversized jacket. Her hair is also really exaggerated, and making these elements bigger all kind of come together to make her look smaller. Without the jacket, I would think steel type, but she has the jacket, and I don't think we really see her, without the jacket, because the jacket is important to her silhouette. And I believe the jacket is also a part of what she wears for battles, too. So we see her with this on all the time. We don't really need to consider her without it. And yeah, the yellow does help us to think of electricity and electric types. Maybe she's got sort of like a zigzag shape on it, or part of a zigzag, like a lightning bolt, and she's got a lightning bolt on here too. I think her very sharp teeth and sharp eyelashes are also helping to hint at her gremlin-y personality. She's got a lot of round shapes, so we will read her as being friendly and playful. Round shapes are friends, but her teeth show us that she's a little bit more of an edge to her. She's got a little more of an edge. Guess her partner Pokemon. It's something electric type, but I don't think it actually is a Magnemite or a Magnezone. I don't think it is either of them. Jacket logo is also her streamer logo, which would make sense because this looks like a screen. You've got a play button in a star. Stars tend to relate to fame. We've sort of turned it into a shooting star with the with the lightning bolt. So this is interesting logo design that I think does a decent job of telling us what her profession is. Although, I don't know if I would have guessed otherwise. She does sort of follow VTuber design tropes a little bit, which is funny. She's got her mismatched thigh highs on. She's got the classic VTuber leg band, her giant oversized jacket. These are certainly VTuber style accessories. She says the Magnemite are fake in the trailers. They're just hair accessories. You would never guess her profession. Maybe. Jacket's logo is also her streamer logo. The star could also be interpreted as a spark. Oh, that's also true. I could see that interpreted as a spark too. I see it. Convinced she's inspired by Gura. You know what is funny? The Bulbapedia wiki actually alludes to that. It says that her teeth and her stature may be a reference to real VTubers, which is interesting. I know it did come out during the explosive rise of VTubers. Yeah, she was in... This is from Sword and Shield, right? Which came out in somewhere around 2020-ish, right? Because that's when a lot of the boom was. No? Is she not? Scarlet Violet. Oh, wait, I keep mixing those games up. Scarlet and Violet. Okay. I keep mixing them up. Quite a bit of Shark Teeth VTubers. That's true. There is one pretty popular one. 2023 Scarlet Violet. Oh, okay. Right during the VTuber boom, 2022. I see. Man, I was still late to the VTuber boom. I got on the ship kind of late. Whoops. But yeah. So, general notes. I think my only real concern about her design is just that her proportioning comes across a little bit strangely to me, but I think they are using her proportions intentionally to show you that she is kind of immature as a character, it seems like. When I was looking into elements of her personality, they say that she's very over the top, she's energetic, she's very animated, which we could also, say she's electrified. We tend to think of electricity as providing energy to things. I think it makes sense for her. Her personality aligns well with her type she's associated with. You're breaking up a lot. Uh-oh. Is that happening for multiple people, or is it just for you? To be for real, they didn't popularize the trope. It's been an anime thing for even longer. Oh, has it? What has? The streamers in Pokemon? Seems smooth on Twitch? Okay. Maybe it's just YouTube that's having trouble right now. It's okay, you didn't miss out. Been around since 2020. I mean, I've been observing VTubing since 2018. I've been watching VTubers since 2018. It just took me until 2023, I think, to finally be like, hey, maybe I do this. Maybe I do this. Game-wise, her ace is Miss Magius, but her partner Pokemon is Bellibolt, a water electric frog, so I assume the Magnemite are meant to be trying to get Bellibolt's eyes on her head. Oh, interesting. I don't actually know what a Bellibolt looks like. A lot of the newer Pokemon that were designed for... Oh, interesting. That were designed for the most recent 2 or 3 games, I'm not as familiar with. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Picto Shaman. Can we rotate for Edward, please? That was very kind of you. Thank you. We've been trying to do a little bit of sniffing instead of rotating for things lately, and I almost just told them to sniff you, Edward, which is maybe not a very kind thing to do for somebody who is gifted something. If you look up Bella Bolt, the eyes aren't actually eyes. Are they not? Are they false eyes? I see what you're saying, though, with giving her big elements that look like eyes. Wait, is this the face? Is this really the face? And these are false eyes on the side of the head? Let's sniff Ezra. No! No, 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 no! Don't be weird, Tremaines! Don't be weird. Tiny yellow dots are the eyes. Wait, that's actually kind of cute. And I do see the reference if we're trying to allude to the fact that, okay, this guy has giant false eyes that are not his real face. Iono also has giant false eyes that are not a part of her face. It's interesting. I'm surprised she doesn't have any green in her palette for the fact that Bella Bolt is mostly green. Although Bella Bolt's shiny is all gold, perhaps. She pierced the belly bolt during a live Pokemon stream. I see. Interesting. Also, I just think that her hair being tied like a ribbon is a cute detail. So, I think we can start grading her. I don't actually have much to edit about her. Oh, wait, I did want to show very briefly her in-game model. I had to remind myself of something recently, which is that the in-game models look kind of wild, but it's because the versions of them that we look at are not going through the hardware they're intended to be viewed through. So, like, if you look at the character models for Pokemon Moon specifically, or Sun and Moon, which I can say because I've been playing the game, they don't look great. The models do not look great on the wiki. They look kind of rough. But when you look at them in game, they look totally fine. It looks totally okay. So I'm gonna bank on that probably being true here too, because like, this is the official render of her model in game. And yeah, it's shaded with black and some of the exaggeration has been lost. It's a little bit stiffer. And there's like more detail than I feel like we need in certain places, especially in the hair. But I'd imagine she probably looks fine in the game. And in the anime, she looks great. But I just wanted to mention that for a second, that there are some differences in the art style. Right before she starts the gym battle, she thanks a chatter for a dono. That's funny. Right? Were you gifting on purpose so that I could walk in her footsteps? Oh, ah! Sorry. I got jump scared. There was a spider on me. You all right down there, man? You need to. My spiders need to stay in their own lane. That was one of my jumping spiders that I know is in my office. I think he came off of my, my mic arm. He gave me a fear. I just sort of launched him. He's okay. He's on the desk somewhere else now. I don't like feeling things moving on my hand out of nowhere. Okay, restart my heart real quick. Scarlet and Violet models themselves aren't that great anyway. Oh no, but her character design is lovely. Hi, Silverfay. Want to say hi? Hi. Hello. Yeah, the spider wanted to say hi also. But for her design, I think this particular render is causing an issue with her hair and her leg lacking in some clarity here. If we look in the game, I'm actually not even sure it's better though. So I may have to dock a little bit of points for clarity here. Do we see how similar these are? They're actually the exact same value. If I take this, put it here. Take this, put it here. This is a little bit darker, but they're very comparable. And I do lose them a little bit from a distance. So we can't do perfect grade for that. Oh man, I should have downloaded the MMD for this dance. Could do the meme dance. Yeah, can we dance a little bit? We can dance a little bit. So, color palette. It is an interesting color palette, and I think it's doing a good job of telling us things about her personality, but there's a little bit of a clarity issue. Her silhouette. I saw somebody say that her pigtails are swallowing her silhouette a little bit, but I don't really mind it. She's got these really giant accessories on top of her head. She's got super exaggerated sleeves with these like tassels, or not tassels, these belts coming off of them. She's got another one on her leg. She's got the bolts on her ankles. I would say that even if she was standing normally, this would be a very easy to identify design. She's a little symmetrical in her design, but she does have some elements that break up the symmetry, that add to her silhouette a bit. And the color breaks up her silhouette a little bit too. She's got diagonality in her jacket and the pattern work. So, generally, pretty decent. I won't give her a perfect grade, but pretty decent. Actually, I think that's too harsh. I will give her a perfect grade. Honestly, my complaints about her silhouette are pretty minimal. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail for her design is totally appropriate, especially given the fact that that we see her design in the anime. If we're gonna do hand animations of her, if we're gonna illustrate her a bunch of times for, you know, promotional material and for cards for the game and stuff like that, we want to make sure her design is something that wouldn't be fatiguing to work with. Something that an artist would enjoy and not feel is a slog to get through. And I think her design accomplishes this. She does feel very unique and very memorable. So, I'm totally fine with her level of detail. In the game, her hair accessories were actually Magnemite. Yeah, I've seen, not clips, but like GIFs of them where they're animated, which is cute. It does add a lot of character to her. There's a streamer in the anime, but it's not her. Why is there's an animated sequence of her somewhere where she's... What is that from then, I wonder? It's on the wiki. There's something of her where she's in the anime style. Drawn, like she's like addressing her chat? I don't know. I'd put a derpy Toothless in the corner. That's confusing. That has nothing to do with what we're doing today, other than the fact that Toothless for some reason is dancing to it. She's in the anime. Oh, okay. Is she? Okay. I see. Do it? Oh, fine. Okay. Where do I find a dancing Toothless GIF that is transparent? Transparent. Dancing. Toothless. Can I get just a GIF of it, please? None of these are moving. There we go. Okay, hang on. If I save this, will it work? Why am I doing this? I'm listening to your demands for some unknown reason. Classroom asset, sure. The only other thing in this folder right now that's a classroom asset that I'm putting this in the folder of is a crayfish for some reason. Why are you doing this? Why not? Putting unrelated GIFs of things on stream is a VTuber requirement. Was I not meeting my VTuber requirement? Was I failing to properly be a VTuber until this very moment? Do I finally get to debut as a VTuber now? Oh my god. Incredible. Where did I put that just now? Here it is. Okay. Alright. Here. Oh, it's not moving! Why is it not moving? It's a GIF! Why is it not working? Oh no! He's not moving! Excuse me? Do I need to import it as a different media source, maybe? Hang on. Remove. I may have to upload him as media as opposed to, or as video as opposed to, as opposed to just the way he was. It wasn't a fake GIF, it's a real GIF, I swear! It is actually a GIF. I'm looking at the GIF with my eyeballs. You have to believe me, please. Oh, I can't. I don't know how to do this. I may have to download a video of him and then... Yeah, I might have to download a video of him and then green screen it, because I actually don't know how to get a GIF to work on OBS. It's not working. Got paralyzed by Iono. Maybe. Okay, hang on. We have to commit. I want the original one. It's gonna play music. Hang on, don't play music. Can I save this? No. 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 This is so complicated. It should work. I have a GIF of walking ferret. I'll open OBS and check it again. It didn't work. I can tell that it's a real GIF though that I have downloaded. If I open it just in like the viewer, it shows me it's a GIF. Media source mayhaps? If I go to media source, it doesn't even show up. GIF should work just from images. I feel like it's more of a download thing. Yeah, thank you, Amber, for the context. Yeah, Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. dances to a Pokemon song in some animation someone made, and we're getting incredibly off topic for it. Open the GIF as a browser source. You know what? I guess I could do that. Let me see. Copy image address. Let me put it in as a browser source. This is dancing toothless. Okay. And then if I paste it in here, nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing happened. You added it as an image, not a media source, right? Yes, I added it as an image, and then I tried to add it as a media source, and it didn't work. Use a cassette player to record the screen, then set OBS as a video editor with the tape open. Oh, God. Shh. He's invisible. No. It's not working. Try to remove dancing toothless. Yes. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'll never be a real streamer at this rate. I'll never be real. I'll never be real. I don't know how to make it work. If I just go like this, will it work? Let's try that. Yes. Try that, maybe. Nope. Nope, that's not it. That's an entire website. This is not working. The only thing I know for real is there will be no GIFs. No GIFs. No GIFs. None. Zero. We have to focus is what it's telling us. Yeah, we'll move on for now. Sure, mates, if we can figure out how to put a GIF on stream, let me know. Because I can't do it apparently. I don't know. Focal point. What is the focal point of Iono's design? Sure, mates, tell me. I know you have the answer. I know you know what the focal point is. What is it? Tell me. Close your eyes, open them, see what they snap to first, and tell me. What is it? Yes, cries a single tear. It is in fact the jacket. It is a jacket. Unfortunately. It's just because the yellow is, I feel like, a little bit more saturated than the blue and pink are. Oh yes, it's actually way more saturated than the blue and pink are. And there's less of it. So it's a more unique color. And almost all of it that is in the design is all in one place. Can I put the still picture up? Oh my god. Sure, you can have a single frame of Toothless. Shroomates, keys, Shroomates. He's just gonna hang out right here, okay? He's gonna hang out right there. He'll keep an eye on us. He'll be okay. With contrast to dark gray. Yes, the fact that the yellow is against the darkest color in the design is also making it more focal. And the black may also be just as focal as the yellow is. So, unfortunately, her head is doing some things to try and maintain our interest, but it's just not winning out all the way. Browser source might also work. I tried 2 different kinds of browser sources and they did not work. We need a dance of substitution. Yeah, you guys can take care of the dancing. You can take care of the dancing. For him. He's taking a break. He needs a rest. He's been working too hard. He'll just rest on the side there. There you go. Yeah, that's might as well be him. Oh, wait, hang on. There's something not working right now. Why is this not working? Do I have to click it? Why didn't it work? Come on. There we go. Exclamation point dance should let you guys do a funny little dance if you want to also. I believe. In the overlay. Perhaps. Look, you guys are behind him now. You're hanging out. So, focal point. It's okay. Concept and motifs. Concept and motifs. I can tell that she's an electric type trainer, even though is Miss Magius electric type? Is Miss Magius an electric type? I don't know. I found a GIF. I put an OBS. It does work. I can send it to you if you want to try it. Sure, if you want to, Remedy. No. No, she is not. Her ace is not. It's a ghost type. This is the gen where changing type was the gimmick. Oh, okay. So, I could say that her maybe long floppy sleeves with talisman-like, whatchamacallit, belts on them maybe are a hint that she is doing something ghost-related? perhaps. Why is this not working? Oh, wait. Oh, I know why it's not working. Pastel flowy hair gives ghost? Ah, I see, okay. Terra stellize or whatever. Her big sleeves look at, if she flaps her sleeves, it goes woo. Electric plus levitate is her ace. No, there's a ghost gym leader later in the game. Yes, but I'm gonna bet that they also participate in the gimmick then. If the gimmick is swapping to something unexpected, perhaps. If I were to guess, I'd say fairy or steel, not ghost. Yeah, I think I would go for fairy or steel before ghost, but I can still see some hint to it. Big, oversized, floppy clothing, talisman-like belts. But maybe we can't give her full points. We'll put her maybe here. Because funny enough, she does feel similar enough to a VTuber that I do believe that she's a streamer. And the fact that I can guess her occupation does work well. All the gym leaders in Scarlet and Violet use Terra to change a Pokemon to the gym type. Oh. The idea is her ace would be a Pokemon with no type weakness. Interesting. Okay. Intriguing. Yeah, I can't say I actually know that much about Scarlet and Violet. And it seems like I am significantly confusing Scarlet and Violet with Sword and Shield. Intriguing. But I think we've got a grade here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. I would say this is definitely an above average design. It is cute, it is memorable. I think it does a good job of conveying her personality and some of what to expect from her. But is it perfect? Maybe not quite. Swordlet and Vishield. Is it because they all start with an S? Oh no! Sword and Shield and Scarlet? Why would they do that? And Sun? Too many similar names. I am the worst also when it comes to things that start with the same letter, despite knowing all the differences between them. Silent, yes, also. Also, Sind and Saves being the next games. Crazy. Crazy unfortunate. But 8 out of 10. Good work, Iono. Wind and Waves, yeah, they're both W names, which also doesn't help me. S/M, SW/SH, S/V. This is a nightmare. Would that make X and Y just S and S also? Before Pokemon. Saints and Sinners! Oh man, yeah, it's gonna get interesting. They need to not do some of those dualities, perhaps. Okay. Weewa like Woowa? Oh, it is Weewa! Weewa like Elira Pandora also. But next, hang on to focus us back in. Next, the man himself, the Pokemon character who to me was always the most popular character I ever encountered anywhere on the internet. The fact that Cynthia, I guess, competes with him and maybe outcompetes him, at least as far as merch goes, is crazy to me. Because this was the it boy. He was it. He was the favorite for the longest time. I do know his real name. His real name is Natural Harmonia Gropius. Which is crazy. Yes, one of the most edgy Pokemon characters ever, but he's also kind of charming in some way, with the way that he just talks your ear off and is interesting. Eggy, not edgy? Oh, I see what you mean. He's edgy too, don't even lie. He's edgy also. First Pokemon crush. I would imagine that this character is many people's first crush. Not me. Not me. Shaoran Tsubasa gets that from me. But he was many people's first crush. He was my best friend at the time's first crush, I think. I don't remember him very well, unfortunately, but he is a very interesting character. So, if we're going to do a cold read of him, I feel like we may actually struggle. My cold read of him, just looking at him, is that he is dressed in a way that almost sets him up to be a rival. He's got a ball cap on, which early in the Pokemon series usually was something that was reserved for rivals or like the player insert character, or just, I guess, other trainers you would fight. He is dressed sort of just like an average guy. Yeah, he feels very Ace Trainer-like. He's got his khaki pants on, he's got his green sneaks, Got his ball cap and his collared shirt, which is rolled up. So he's got his sleeves rolled up. We know he means business. His clothing is somewhat professional. His color palette is earthy. So I would have guessed on a cold read that he has some relationship maybe with the earth or maybe ground or leaf type Pokemon. I'm saying these things. I know what is true and what is not out of what I've said. Ground, grass, normal. Sorry, why did I say leaf? What is wrong with me? Fake Pokemon fan. So, I'm sure we can see these elements. The only real details in his design are his funky necklace that almost feels planet-like. This feels like Saturn or maybe an atom or something. He's got very geometric bracelets. And then he's got this funky cube, which this is like a cube that is related to a real life object that has like infinite volume or something, but it looks like he's got a Rubik's cube, oh god, a Rubik's cube on his waist. So I feel like on a cold read, I really don't know what I would get from him. He looks pleasant and somewhat charming. His hair is a little bit wild, but still pulled back out of his face. His sleeves are rolled up. He's wearing a hat. He seems practical. He means business. Yeah, I could see getting fossil/archaeologist vibes from the cube. He's supposed to look mysterious. I'm not sure this design is screaming mysterious to me. To me, he reads as maybe a more interesting than average NPC character. Cube type trainer. Green cube trainer. Yes. Why is the plant type called grass? All grass are plants, but not all plants are grass. Don't know. I could not tell you. My cold read. He looks like he enjoys puzzles. You're cold reading that just from the cube, I think. But sure. Sure. So, having said all of this, I do think some of what I've said about him looking like sort of an average trainer, he's an ace trainer maybe, he's just an NPC you could encounter, is intentional and does kind of work to his benefit in some way, because you're not supposed to know his deal when you first meet him, right? He's just a guy who challenges you, essentially, right? He just seems like a rival, somebody who is going to challenge you to a fight. And then you find out later on that, oh, he is actually the leader of Team Plasma. And it's like, huh? I'm riding the Ferris wheel with the leader of Team Plasma? Excuse me? Why are we doing this? What's going on? He's from Black and White. So I do think that the way he is designed works well for his role in the story, because it would have never come to you as a shock, his role, if he was dressed in a way that truly made him like super mysterious and super villainous. He looks friendly. He is variably polite and friendly with you. So I think it makes sense and it works out. However, I do think that he does have a lot of depth as a character, which I do think that the design is also working well for, because inherently he's not really a bad guy either. His sort of modem for interacting with the world is very black and white, alluding to the game, because he is very into ideals, truth, fairness, things like that, and his whole arc has to do with overcoming those things. So his outfit primarily is black and white, go figure, in a game called Black and White. This is one of the only times I'm like, yeah, sure, there's a reason for it. But his worldview is very black and white, and the other colors in his design relate to the natural world because he was raised by Pokemon originally before being adopted and then manipulated into being a villain, essentially. So I do feel like his design does a decent job of establishing his story and working with his story, which I think helps people to like him a lot more. He does have some of the better lore in the Pokemon franchise also. Yeah. And then also, this is something that I did find a little confusing though. So he is very like mathematical. His theme music has some sort of arpeggio or something that has to do with prime numbers or something. He's got his little math cube. He's apparently very sciencey smart. But wherever I look for details about his design, they're always saying that he has a mathematic motif in his design. Where? What do you mean? What do you mean mathematic motif in his design? He's got a cube, which is maybe a math puzzle. He's got squares, which I could see maybe if we're gonna say, all right, geometry. And then he has something that is like an atom or a planet on his neck. But what do you mean mathematical motif? This is something I found on multiple wikis discussing him. Why? Necklace, the cube, that's it from what I can see. I don't even know if this reads as mathematical to me. This reads as maybe like astronomy or something? I don't know. Cube can be maths. I don't know. Something like that. 1 shoe plus 1 shoe equals 2 shoes. Maybe people thought he looked like a math teacher. If your math teacher had a long green ponytail and wore a ball cap, that'd be crazy. Geometry, math reference. Okay, but if we say that, we could say that about any character who's wearing something geometric. I can see some element of it. I just think if that was an intent of theirs, they should have leaned harder into it. I was waiting for you guys to say, oh, well, my math notebook is green, so clearly it's a green. Clearly green makes sense. Clearly math. Wearing a void cube, that's a math thing. Yes, he is wearing it, but that's just like one accessory he has pinned onto his belt on like a wallet chain. This is a VTuber keychain at their hip to tell us that a VTuber is actually a chemist when they just have that one little potion flask. There could have been a better way of interpreting that, or could have been a better way of integrating it into the design, perhaps. Perhaps. Math is blue, math is green. Actually, math is blue. I agree with Hoshi. No, wait, Hoshi said green. I agree with Creator of Faith. Math is blue. Math is red, I'll die on this hill. No, false. Math is blue. English is green. Chemistry is black. That's the truth, and I'll accept nothing else. To the rubric. Yes. Reading that his battle theme is math involved. Yes. Chemistry has a color. Funky. Yes, it does. Oh, hello. We've been raided. Hi, Mari. Welcome in, raiders. Hi. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing Pokemon NPC design critiques today. We're talking about the man of the hour, the man of the decade, and natural Harmonia Gropius himself. But hi, welcome in. How was your stream, Mari? What were you guys up to? Shroommates, make sure you rotate out to the raiders. Man of all time, yes. Let's see, what were you doing here? Last seen streaming Tomodachi Life. Oh my god, Mari, I'm living for your Tomodachi Life updates. I've been watching them on Twitter. I want to play that game so bad. Oh, you were drawing casual art? Oh, it's lying to me. What were you drawing? What were you working on? What were you drawing? I hope it was fun though. Oh wait, hey, Mari. Forgot to change the category of the stream somehow. Oh wait. I do that forever, constantly. I almost always am in just chatting, and the one time I play a game, it takes me like 2/3 of the way into stream to realize, whoopsie, did not change. Glad my soap opera for stream is bringing people joy. It's so good. It's so good. I was sick all week, and I was lying in bed watching some of it. I was like, this is great. I'm gonna eat my popcorn. It was bringing me plenty of joy. It was great. Oh, XBFXX, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Also, hi everyone. Mark's been playing Tomodachi Life basically every stream notification I get, cause it's good. It's such a good game. It's so funny. It's so good. Hope you're better now. I'm doing decently better. Advil, cold, and sinus is a power that should not be underestimated. It works pretty good. I'm like 60% Squiiji once more. But I missed streaming too much. I didn't stream on Monday and it made me sad, and I like streaming too much. But I'm happy to be back. But Mari, if you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, you're welcome to do so. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are also welcome to do that. Pitch in your 2 cents about Pokemon trainers. But please look after yourselves, first and foremost. Also, I want to see what Mari was drawing. Crewmates, Mari said drawing, and I didn't see a single... Oh wait, I see one. Amber. I saw Amber showed up with a tax question. Take's trainer design is my favorite. There's so many that are so good. I have to check and see who designed which trainers in particular, but there are several incredibly skilled character designers in Pokemon, and as I said at the beginning of stream, I feel like the trainer designs have only gotten better over the years. They're getting stronger and more interesting and more memorable. It's great. It's been great. On Monday, I thought to myself, wait, where's EG stream, and was sad? That's what I thought to myself. The entirety of the time when stream was going to be, when stream was going to be occurring, I was like, I wish I was streaming. I wish I was streaming. I miss it so much when I can't do it. Agreed, Take's been designing more. Yeah, they're good. They're all good. It's so fun. All Nintendo to do to hold all streamers and artists in the palm of their hand was release Tomodachi Life. I know, and Nintendo's had 2 bangers back to back that were sort of like those kind of like open world, cute, build-y kinds of games. It's Nintendo's world right now. We're just living in it. Pokokpia, or people are calling it Pokokpia. I heard that one also. But Pokokpia, Tomodachi Life, man, and I own neither of them. I've just been watching other people play them excessively, which honestly works pretty well. The FOMO I've killed successfully. I've gotten it under control. I will just live vicariously through others. It's a cozy world after all. That's true. We need more cozy world, I think, also. Yeah. What do you think of Pokopia's Ditto? Very cute. I think it's very cute. I like the exaggerated proportions for the Ditto, who is kind of also pretending to be a human with its big round head and its funny little long arms. It's very cute. Living the Dream's been planned since 2017. Sounds right. They release a Tomodachi every, checks watched, 8 years or so, maybe more, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, wait, but N, hang on. I was supposed to be grading him and I forgot what I was saying. Okay. So, concept-wise, other than whatever the math motif is that they are proclaiming to me as a part of this design that I think should be more if we're going to call it a major part of his design, I think he's doing a good job of selling you on his concept, which is random guy you encounter who seems to have some really strong ideals, and then you randomly find out that he's actually the leader of Team Plasma, and he's kind of Jesus to their organization in some way. Long hair, turtleneck, khaki pants. He is dressed slightly in a way that also aligns with what our perception of leaders of those nefarious organizations are. You know what? I can say the word right now. I can say the word because we're not talking about it that way. He looks a little bit like a cult leader, which is more or less the way that, if I remember correctly, Team Plasma is operating, right? I'm not giving you permission to chant. I'm just saying the words. You can chant on Friday. You should have more than enough time to chant. But khaki pants, dark turtlenecks, long hair, those types of things are often what we associate with leaders of those organizations, but they also help them just blend in with others, just in society. Team Plasma in the first game is a cult, but in the second game, they're pirates? I've never played the second game. They're pirates? Maybe they had to go under a organization restructuring after the events of Black and White 1, the original ones. But conceptually, other than that math thing that is supposedly going on, I think it works. For color palette, he sadly does not have one of the more interesting color palettes. He's black and white, which makes sense for his worldview and the game he's in, being called Black and White. He's got natural colors of green and brown, which prevents him from being black, white, colored metal exclusively. And then he does have mixed metals too. He has gold for his bangles, and then he's got silver on this thing that I always thought was a watch, but I don't think is actually a watch. So while his colors work, I'm not sure they're the most interesting. They're okay. They're all right. They are okay. I will accept them. Team Plasma's just night-themed PETA. A little bit. They're animal welfare, but not for good reasons. Kind of. For silhouette, I do think that his hair gives him a recognizable silhouette, but most of his outfit isn't quite contributing. However, I would be remiss if I didn't say that his hair was enough for me to recognize who he is. I can recognize this as being N immediately. Hair that's wide at the top and then becomes narrow and then becomes this sort of like shaggy ponytail. It's recognizable. His hair is like Zoroark's. Yeah, it is. There was a theory, I think, once upon a time that he was actually a Zoroark, which I believe has been disproven, but this is another one of those things where they are going to reference the Pokemon in the trainer's design, and I wish people would not complain that that is happening. It looks like he just smack you with a purse. That's his hat. Hey. Right, one is aura farming. This is such a cool illustration. This has all the aura. This is a leader. This is a friendly guy who I'll talk to in the street. This is the leader of Team Plasma, or at least the puppet leader. But for what it's worth, I do think that he is surprisingly recognizable in silhouette, despite the fact that it's not maybe that well designed of a silhouette outside of his hair. The hair making a clear reference to Zoroark. Great, love that. His collar standing up does add something to the silhouette that does help. His shoes having a really upturned tip on them does help. The ball cap helps. The single asymmetrical accessory of his little math cube thing maybe helps a little bit, but it's just not the most standout silhouette ever. Am I saying we have to give him a crazy silhouette? No. But there still could probably possibly be more to it, maybe. Never played Gen 5 much, this is very cool. I played Gen 5 and remember almost none of it, unfortunately. My memory is not the greatest, but I also haven't played it since, like, at least more than a decade ago. Probably like 15 years ago. Is that possible? How long? When did this come out? When did Black and White come out? I played it close to when it released. So a while. A hot minute. Pokemon characters have always taken style and inspiration from Pokemon. Yeah! Yeah! People just don't complain about nearly gens due to nostalgia. Exactly. Exactly. 2010? Okay, I would be willing to bet I did play the game. Actually, I'd be willing to bet I did play it in 2010. That may have been, because 2009, my birthday gift was Kingdom Hearts 358/2. This very well may have been my 2010 birthday gift. Thinking. If it was out by my birthday. If not, it may have been 2011. The only time I got games was birthday and Christmas, which, as you know, are pretty close together. I'm as old as Black and White. This game is the same age as you, maybe. Everyone's commenting in paragraphs. We get a lot of thoughts and feelings about him, okay? Wish he would have used Zoroark more in his teams. He only used it at the end of the game. In the second game, none of his teams have Zoroark. Well, Zoroark's more of his companion than a Pokemon on his team, right? Perhaps. 2010, 2 years older than Black and White. Crazy, Dio! I was old enough to play the game when the game came out, as apparently some of you maybe were not. Sun and Moon will be 10 years old in November. Oh, God! Oh, God! I did play that game the year it came out also, which is crazy. AG, what do you value more? Truth, ideals, or bitter cold? The whole point of the game is learning that all those things are cool and great, but you have to have more to yourself as a person than all of those things. But truth. I value truth. Especially in this day and age we live in. Truth. But silhouette is okay. Complexity versus clarity. Again, I feel like we could have benefited from making that mathematical motif a little more apparent, and it may have made his design more interesting. But let me just say, N is so incredibly approachable to draw from like a fan artist point of view. My friend who had a crush on him drew an incredible quantity of art of this man. He's a middle schooler. He drew a lot of this guy. Or she did, sorry. And he's not that hard to draw, thankfully. Which, you know, if a kid wants to draw the characters from this game, they kind of can, often. It works. But I do still think that some of the details could have been maybe a little more specific to him, and maybe we could have done more with the math motif or something, but for what it's worth, I think he's only maybe a hair under-designed for me. Just a little bit. Squiiji, do you prefer a cool black dragon, a cool white dragon, or a cool dragon? I like any and all dragons. I'm not picky about dragons. I was going to start replaying Pokemon Black because I was thinking about N for this critique, and I can't find it. All I can find is Joby's copy of White, so I may have to play Joby's copy of White, which makes me a little sad. Just a little bit. Sun and Moon are the first games I heard about being new. Wild. Wild. Focal point! It's his hair! If he's looking at his head on, it is his head, but I do believe his ponytail does distract me a little bit if he's not head on. But the intent is still for his head to be focal. It's the greatest area of saturation in the design. Is fine. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. It almost hurts me to give him a 7 out of a half. 7 out of half, oh my god. It almost hurts me to give him a 7.5 because I feel like he is deserving of more. In my heart. But that's okay. Probably because it'd be hard because older gens are expensive. Recommend just... Oh. I don't know what the legality about talking about that stuff on stream is. I don't want Nintendo to smack me. You do your things on your own time, perhaps. I like playing the games I physically own. When I take public transit to work, I play it on my 3DS. I played on my 3DS. 7 out of 10 is really darn good. No, it is. It is significantly above average. That's not a bad grade. But I still feel like in my heart he deserves more. Anyways, next. On to the probably next most popular character, which may or may not be the most popular character out of the ones people had suggested to me. I did not realize she was as popular as she is. Cynthia. I have to be so honest with you. I spent most of my life thinking that Cynthia and her design were related to Ampharos. Which I feel kind of goofy about now, but I was thinking that because she has, like, dark horns on the side of her head with a gold ring around them, like Ampharos's horns. She's got fluffy elements, and Ampharos has, like, a little bit of fluff on it. I was totally wrong. I was completely incorrect. And I do see all the references in her outfit now, and I can walk us through them, but I'll do that after I just sort of give you a cold read on her. Yes, I do believe people think about her and, oh, what's her name? Diantha? What is her name? The girl who dresses as a total foil to Cynthia, who wears all white and who's the fashionista. What's her name? Is that what her name was? Oh, Pokemon memory. Diana. Oh, Diana. Yes. Yes, Diana. Yes. So, if you were to look at this character, what would you think of her? I look at her and I think old money. She's got her fur collar with her fancy long jacket on with the fluffy trim. She's got something of almost like a jeweled accessory on the front of her. Yeah, she seems very no nonsense. She's dressed all in dark colors, which feels professional and maybe a little bit intimidating. I could see her as being maybe a businesswoman from the fact that she's wearing like wide-legged suit pants. She's got her heels on, and she's got one eye covered, which makes me think she's maybe a little mysterious, maybe a little edgy, perhaps. My guess for her would probably be that she is like a woman who is the owner of an estate, who is all business. She owns that estate out of her own trials and tribulations and earning of the money. That would be my guess. Or that she just lives somewhere cold. She lives somewhere in the frozen north where maybe it's not so cold that she can't have just a little bit of her chest out, but, you know, we're wearing fur to keep warm, right? Nowhere in my predictions for her would I have placed archaeologist, because this is not the type of outfit I would associate with somebody being out in the field working in. Like, I could see museum curator, maybe, with this type of outfit, but she is an archaeologist who is a field investigator who is looking into myths. She is a really big interest in history, which is interesting. Archaeology site is a snow mountain. I guess that's true, but she's still dressed in, like, business pants and heels. You're hiking up a snowy mountain in your tiny little heels? Really? We're not gonna talk practicality, although I guess we could. But, interesting. I don't know if she does a great job of conveying to us that angle. I feel like they could have done something more to allude to her interest in history, even if they would have just given her fashion that is inspired by something more historic in the cuts. It feels like they were trying to modernize a historically noble woman's garment for her, maybe, but I'm not sure if it's working that way. See, people on the internet try to accomplish mountain climbs in heels, and they're crazy for that. Why would you want to do that? That sounds like a way to, like, intentionally break an ankle. She is the champion. Is anyone going to stop her from climbing the mountain in heels? Yeah, her feet. That sounds like a blister and a half and a rolled ankle. I'm sure there's people who are skilled enough to do it, but she is constantly working in the field. I have to imagine that would not be comfortable for her. Anyways, we're not here to debate what is practical or not for where she is working. The point I'm trying to make is that I'm not sure she is doing a very good job of conveying what her profession is to a viewer, unfortunately. Yeah, the girly pops are suffering for fashion. She'd fly on her Garchomp anyways. I guess so. She's got flare pants. The flare pants are quite stylish. I'll give her that. But if we were to describe her personality, based on the way she looks, I would say that she is probably stern and maybe a little bit mysterious and maybe a little bit withdrawn. And I'm guessing those things based on her color palette being mostly dark, her eye being covered by her hair. Her expression is maybe, it's pleasant, but it feels like she's looking down on me a little bit. It's not a smirk, but she's got a little bit of a flat smile. However, her personality is polite, but very enthusiastic. So I can see polite. She's very enthusiastic, though. She does like to relax and travel. So she does seem like she's interested in luxuries, like travel and those things. Maybe that makes sense of her fur trim a little bit as well. And apparently she can be very messy in her research. But her appearance is very prim and proper, so I don't know if that's necessarily aligning with that angle. Her outfit is mostly references to the Pokemon she's associated with. And I'm proud of myself for figuring out a couple of these, but I did have to look into them because, again, I am a little bit of a casual Pokemon fan. A little bit. Guess where she keeps her Mega Stone? It's not this, is it? Is it in her hair? I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't actually see that when I was looking into it, but her hair accessories are based on Lucario's, sort of sensey-feely appendages that they have on their head. They were described as having an Umbreon's gold rings on them, but I'm not sure why they would have an Umbreon's rings on them. Her coat collar, perhaps, is a reference to Spiritomb, being sort of spiky in the head to neck area. The chest elements are sort of related to the way a Gastrodon looks, and the fluffy collars and long coat reference Roserade, perhaps. So her outfit may be full of subtle references to the Pokemon she's associated with. It's funny that our partner Pokemon is Garchomp, but her design is inspired by Lucario and Umbreon, but she only uses Lucario. See, that is sort of what I'm getting to here, which is that does she use an Umbreon? I don't think she does. It may have made sense for her to have a little bit more influence from Garchomp in her outfit. Those look like metal fishing baits to me. I could see them as being lead weights. But supposedly that was the influence for all of those individual elements. And I can see some of it. I can see the Roserade influence, and, using Roserade as a design inspiration for her makes sense. Both of them seem like they are rather refined and elegant in their appearance. Sure, works. She's a Glaceon from Gen 5 onwards, but that's still not an Umbreon. Why does she have Umbreon rings then? Because she has them as a repeating motif on her shoes also. And that ring is what made me think of Ampharos also, because if you were to guess what type of trainer she is, I think you'd probably guess dark type, maybe. Or electric type, maybe. Considering the fact that she is wearing all dark clothing. And she does have gold hair, and something that could be related to electricity and metal or something, maybe. I could also see a claim for a steel type, maybe, for her? Don't know. But I actually had a hard time figuring out how to grade her. So her color palette is not especially interesting, unfortunately. She's not even black, white, a color, and a metal. She is just black, a metal, and I guess we could count her maybe as having a color if we're gonna count blonde as yellow. She does have maybe a tiny bit of gold, but she doesn't even have white in her design. She's very pared down in her color palette. She is meant to be a visual foil to, what was her name? You guys just said it earlier, Diantha? One of them wears all dark, the other one wears all white. Well, she is white. Okay, Amber. We don't usually count skin tone towards. We don't usually count skin tone towards being a Blockum. Not even Wacom, she's Backum. Yeah, kind of. Diantha's the foil and is a movie star. Yes, Diantha. So, they were setting her up that way. However, I do think they could have leaned more into making her have warm undertones, because I believe Diantha has cooler undertones. Diantha is like cooler, more clinical whites. Meanwhile, Cynthia is slightly warmer blacks, but I feel like that's actually a trick of the light. Her clothing is pretty much completely neutral in undertone. Skin tone is part of the design. That is true. I'm just saying, we don't usually use Wacom in that sense, which is funny. But there is no color undertone in her clothing at all. This is a straight neutral gray, and her pants, jacket, and shirt are all exactly the same value also. So if we zoom out on her, she just turns into a gray blob, unfortunately. Why? Pokemon, why do you keep using complete blacks for everything? It's not even like this goes all the way to like full black, but this gray that we read as black is the same everywhere. Every element is the same value and color. So for clarity's sake, we just lose her. If I zoom out like this, her whole body is just lost against the background too. Went to Chanel and bought everything in one color. Yeah. It's meant to give suit vibes so it fits. I guess so, but they could have at least given her a different undertone or just any color undertone in it. And you can have suits that have some interesting elements to them. If something is not interesting from its color, it needs to be interesting from its shape or from its texture. The fur trim is helping a little bit, but I'm just not sure it's enough. We need something to break up these elements from each other, perhaps. Remember when I first saw her design, I thought it was just gonna be Ampharos? Thank you, Edward, that's what I'm saying. I thought I was the only person who thought that. Maybe change the inner color of her coat. Maybe, that might help. Even if her shirt was just a slightly different color, I'd be willing to accept her jacket and pants being the same. But unfortunately, I think I'm gonna put her here for color. It's a little bit disinteresting and we're having a little bit of clarity trouble with it. For silhouette, you know what's funny? Looking at her silhouette, I do feel like I'm seeing Ampharos still because Ampharos stands on two legs. But what is the Pokemon who... Is it also an electric type? Is it called Exploud? What is the one? No, that's not it. No. There's another Pokemon that has something like this around its head that I'm thinking of also. Normal type, Christmas tree. Cynthia's not beloved from her design, but from her difficulty in game. She's a lot higher level than you. That is fair. She is, I think, what, the first female champion? Perhaps? Floatzel? Yungoos? No, not Yungoos. Maybe it's Floatzel? This is the trouble. There are so many Pokemon. No, not Floatzel. Jellyfish Ultra Beast? No. Always thought Lucario because the hairband thingies. Lucario would be the accurate thing to think of. But I'm not able to, I can't think of it right now. We're gonna have to come back to that maybe. But in silhouette, her hair curls up at the ends, which is something somewhat distinct at least. Her long coat does cover a lot of her silhouette, but her wide-legged pants with the heels and the fur trim on her jacket do at least make her silhouette somewhat recognizable. She is, however, other than the lock of hair in front of her face, completely symmetrical, which seems to be a trend in Pokemon trainer designs. I'm so glad Iono was not symmetrical, because everyone else is! I'd say she's somewhat recognizable in silhouette, but I'm still just irked a little bit by her symmetry. She could have had some diagonal element in her design. Something. Hair curls evoke Mega Ampharos for sure. Yeah! I'm not the only one thinking that, which vindicates me greatly. First female champion, and the first champion to not have a themed type since Blue from Gen 1. Ah, interesting. Okay. So for complexity versus clarity, I do think that she is maybe a tad bit under-designed. Usually when we look at a character's outfit, we need to ask ourselves whether or not the outfit is something that could be put onto another character and feel out of place. A character outfit should feel like it is designed exclusively for that character to wear, unless they're wearing just like casual clothes or something for, you know, a day out on the town. For her, it is iconic, and we associate it with her, but I feel like it would not look out of place if we were to swap other Pokemon characters into this outfit if they are a similar type of character. And as a result, I feel like I can't give her full points for this. I feel like there's something that could have been done to make it more distinct. I see you guys saying she's given Christmas tree, which is funny. I don't think she looks that much like a Christmas tree. Granted, most of the visual weight is in the bottom of her design, but the fact that she does have visual weight in her design is a good thing. If she looks like a Christmas tree in silhouette, so be it. Focal point. It is her head. Her blonde hair does a nice job of leading the eye upwards to her face, and that does end up becoming focal for me. It's also probably the only element that has any saturation in here, so for what it's worth, color palette is lacking, but it is making the focal point even stronger. Realistically, a champion is like a celebrity, so random people try to emulate her fashion. I guess that's fair, maybe, but if they were to emulate her fashion, it wouldn't feel out of place on them. However, Iono is a celebrity. She's a streamer, at least. But if other people were trying to emulate her fashion, it would look wild. Because she is wearing such a unique outfit that is so specifically designed for her. So I don't know if that works as well as an argument in this case. You know? But for concert motifs, my only real complaint about her conceptually is just the fact that we can't tell she's an archaeologist or has an interest in history, perhaps. So, I may put it here. Iono cosplayer fans. I mean, cosplayers are a completely different thing, because when you are cosplaying someone, you're just trying to look exactly like them, and then if you look a little bit odd or out of place in, you know, usual society, that's kind of how it goes, I think. I've never tried to see somebody emulate VTuber fashion outside of cosplay. Yeah, exactly. And there's potentially a reason for that, which is that it's just too complicated too. But I think this is the grade I would give to Cynthia. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Oh man, we're going down. Did we start with the strongest? We started with Iono at an 8, then we went to 7.5, and now we're down to 7. Oh man, they're going down. Time to cosplay Squiiji. How do I turn into a mushroom? I feel like I'm actually pretty easy to cosplay. You just need a long sleeve white sweater, a pair of overalls that are maybe like brown or green, and just get gold glasses. Gold circle lens glasses, which I know you can buy at Walmart. Because I bought some at Walmart. My hair is probably a nightmare and a half. But I feel like I'm not that cosplay hostile otherwise, and my hair's not even hair. You wouldn't have to make a wig. You could like sew a weird plush helmet to wear and it'd be fine, right? Right. Uh-oh, someone get a 5 out of 10? God, I hope not. I don't think we actually will though. Oh, sorry, I've been trying to mute if I have to sniffle. Hang on, let me do a nose blow. You can take a look at Raihan in the meantime. I've got several things to say about him. Okay, I'm back. Honestly, if you nail everything else and just do the colors of Squeegee's hair good enough, you know, I could see that. Especially if you were to have, like, hair that is light on top, dark on bottom. I feel like that would work. Oh, thank you for snack and drink. Thrive. I will have snack and drink. I will have a little bit. You guys, looking at his calves. His calves are kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Can we find a sculpt the hair cosplay hat out of foam? Oh, for me? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Another internet personality is Canary here too. No, but Raihan is. He was somewhat significantly requested. Once again, this is coming from the bias of I have a friend who had a crush on this character. So I've had to hear a lot about them. And I know a disproportionate amount about him compared to other characters in this game. Yeah. Let me do my snack and drink. Just observe him for a second. Every day is his leg day. Every day is just exclusively calf day. He really does not have much in the thigh department. He just has crazy calves. He looks like he's got a perpetual Charlie's horse a little bit. Mr. Shorts and Hoodie. Okay, he kind of is just Mr. Shorts and Hoodie. He is, once again, kind of just dressed like a VTuber or a streamer, and he is an internet personality, but hang on. Are the calves a focal point? No! No, the calves are not a focal point. No, false. There's other things that are more focal. I promise you, you have to believe me. And I will tell you why in a second. So, this is Raihan. If you had to guess what type of trainer he is, I think you could do it. I think you could absolutely do it. I think you could guess what he is with relative ease, even. If you already know, I mean, maybe guess. You don't have to. But if you don't know, guess. I think you can guess. I think it's guessable. Fairy type trainer. Joking. Normal. Obvious. There are a number of guesses for dragon, which would be correct. He is a dragon type trainer. You know how we know this? Do you know how we can tell? His jacket has the underbelly of a dragon, essentially sewn into the pattern of it, which is very clever. His hood almost becomes the mouth of the dragon with the teeth. He's got the whiskers that dragons often have as the pull ties on his hoodie, which then again also repeat as the laces for his shoes. His silhouette from the side, I couldn't find a good side view image of him, but his side view silhouette with his hair really gives off the feeling of a dragon's spikes, you know, the kind that tend to run down the back of a dragon's neck. And this sort of like hooking beanie slash, I actually don't know what to call this, I guess it's a headband, gives him almost like the strong side profile of something that has a snout a little bit. So I would say that this does a really good job of conveying his type to us. Also, we can tell that he's doing something athletic. He's wearing his sportswear shorts. He's wearing a hoodie. He's got one glove on that doesn't have a thumb. He's doing something maybe athletic. He's got his basketball high tops on. And it does seem to be the trend that in this game, the trainers who were gym leaders were dressed in sort of like a sports fashion because they're, you know, battling in arenas. Yeah. So, that makes sense. He has the gym's logo on his shorts as well, which is not something uncommon to see in athletic wear. And yes, all the gym leaders apparently have these gloves. This seems to be a part of their athletic gear that they wear. Yeah. Yeah. So, he does also have a social media interest. He's interested in fashion, which may be my only thing I would say about him, is that the shorts feel a little bit out of place with the rest of the outfit. As far as fashion goes, the color pairings are interesting. We're probably trying to go for the orange-blue combo that is, yeah, a nod to Garchomp. But I also tend to think of orange and this particular kind of blue as being dragon-related, and maybe that's the fault of Spyro? Even though Spyro is maybe a little bit more purple than blue. But I do tend to associate those with dragons. Link and Galar seems more standardized in terms of participant outfits, yes. So it seems like the trainers wear essentially some unique variation of whatever that gym's uniform is, and I believe the shorts come from his particular gym. Every trainer and gym leader has to wear that outfit, yes. So they do personalize. I was trying to say personalize and I went personalize. They do personalize their outfits through accessories and layers and things like that, but yeah, this is like their soccer league, more or less. Steely blues, warm fiery orange. Dragon logo type in games is colored orange and blue typically too. Ah, interesting. But the design is based on Lance's outfit. Yes, which is something I was going to get to too, which is something that I immediately saw. I was like, is he wearing Lance's pants? Is this a cut-up version of Lance's pants? Let me find Lance. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Hang on, let me grab Lance. Give me Lance Pokemon. I'm not grabbing Lance White. Don't worry. Oh, I guess it's not even on Lance's pants, but it's his jacket. There we go. This pattern with the sort of overlapping orange details that wrap around the legs a little bit is included in Raihan's outfit, which I believe they sort of made it the opposite. To me, this is inspired by Lance, but apparently in universe, Lance's outfit is inspired by the Galarian uniform for the dragon type. And Lance is a Dragon Elite Four member. So we're making references to other Pokemon games. We're creating sort of like in-universe lore that relates to visual stylings. In the anime, this is in reverse. Yeah, maybe that's where I'd seen it. Yeah, this guy's cool, but his outfit does not match. Yeah, that's my only critique for him, is that his shorts feel out of place with the rest of his outfit, because his jacket feels like something someone who likes fashion would wear. I enjoy the exaggerated shapes of it. His shoes are doing something similar too, but, you know, every part of his outfit is screaming dragons at us. I think the shorts go off the jacket. In the sense that they're both athletic wear, I can see that. It's just, they're so form-fitting compared to everything else he's wearing. They feel like he's wearing gym shorts, which is what he is wearing. He is wearing gym shorts. I know why. It's just fashion-wise a little strange. So, first, color palette. It's given me dragon. It is interesting. He's got a complementary palette with blue and orange being the predominant colors. They've made his head very focal because they've used most of the orange in this area. This is also the area where most of the saturation in the design is located. The dark part of his jacket does a nice job of framing the warm inner collar of the hood. They also gave him teal eyes, which makes his face all the more focal because there's no blues that are that green in undertone otherwise, or that saturated otherwise. His darker complexion does make his sclera's pop a lot too, and the orange sort of covering his hairline provides some nice contrast there as well, because often if you do have a darker hair color and darker skin color in character design, it doesn't have as much contrast as you may find in other parts of the design, and this is increasing the contrast around this area of his body, which is great. Full points here. Full points here. My only issue with this design, as far as clarity goes, is mostly coming from the pose. I do lose his hand almost entirely. I wish this pose had his arm down some way. I get that he's doing a greeting, but like we could have had his arm like out here more, so we get the silhouette of the hand off his body. But that's more of a posing issue than it is actually a clarity issue, because I don't think we're seeing his hand against his shoulders probably all that often in the game when he's just standing neutrally, right? Gym leaders this gen are athletes or football inspired. Football, what y'all freedom folks call soccer. Yeah, it is soccer inspired because it's England and that's what they care about is soccer. Part of the fun of Pokemon designs is making basic clothes fun and memorable. That's true. Should this glove have been a different color? Maybe? Maybe. It's got the blue of his shorts in it, which helps to provide some harmony throughout the design. If it was orange, it might be too focal. Honestly, it's more so an issue with the pose than it is anything else. I'm not taking points off for it. Silhouette. This pose is not doing anything for his silhouette, just say. But his silhouette is actually quite recognizable if I had a better image of him. Let me see if I can find a better one, because this white outline is making it look way worse than it is. His hair is very identifiable in silhouette. The collar with teeth makes it identifiable. His wide shoes also help. He's got a lot of weight in the upper body of his silhouette, which is good. We like visual weight in silhouette, which is something that Pokemon has gotten a lot better with over the years. A lot of the earlier designs had no visual weight. When we looked at N, he had no visual weight. But Cynthia has visual weight. Raihan has visual weight. Iono has visual weight. We love to see it. And when I say visual weight, I guess I should show you. The widest part of the design is at the top here, which we want something like that. We want something that's like this, or something like this, or something like this, even though it might be unbalanced, or something like this. You can have a couple characters that are like that, but you should have variety. Pose is more neutral to differentiate from the champion and his rival, which are much more bombastic and crowd-pleasing. He's more cool and likes to soak in the adoration rather than be a part of it. But his hand could just be a little further out past his shoulder. So, silhouette. Despite the fact that I'm not doing a good job of proving it to you, he does have a pretty good silhouette. But again, my complaint with all of the designs is that he is completely symmetrical. He's completely symmetrical. Everyone is. Everyone's been symmetrical. I think N was the most asymmetrical we've had, and it was only because he had a little object on his belt, because Iono only had like one belt that was asymmetrical. Why do Yankees call rugby football if it's played with the hands? I don't know. I don't know why anyone calls anything at all. AG may have been a spam bot I've seen somewhere else. Go for it. Sure. He also has Rotom drone that takes pictures of him so he doesn't need the phone. That's cute. What could you add to make it asymmetrical? If his hood was sitting higher on one side than the other to almost mimic like an upper jaw and a lower jaw, that might be nice. If he had, you know, one of his sleeves rolled up, which is the one that he's going to use to throw the Pokeball, that might be like a nice asymmetrical moment. Maybe his headband doesn't have to be sitting on his head symmetrically. If you think of Soul Eater Evans from Soul Eater, his headband is worn sort of diagonally. Where is he? Can I find him? This is not a good reference. In the anime, they don't make him wear it diagonal, but his whole hair is diagonal anyway. Tilt the headband Kakashi style. Yeah, Kakashi might be a good example of it too. Yeah, John Soul Eater. So the actual clothes don't need to be asymmetrical, but rather how they're positioned. Perhaps, yes. You could make the actual clothes asymmetrical. Like, if they were to have the dragon element sort of like snake around his body as opposed to going straight down, that could be an option. But, yes, you could just wear them asymmetrically, and that could be a good way to just sort of naturally loosen the design up. And honestly, for 3D games, just making a couple of edits in post after having done modeling may be the way to go. Because if I were to put forth a theory as to why a lot of Pokemon characters and gacha characters are super symmetrical, it's because it just takes so much less time to 3D model. You just 3D model the whole thing with symmetry on, and then, you know, it can be rigged, colored, animated, much easier, much faster also. But it does have its downfalls, unfortunately. But what you can do is perhaps you could still model and texture the elements symmetrically, and then just change their pose afterwards a little bit. So that way we're getting some more natural asymmetry. That's my recent enjoyment with 3D modeling. Pixel art. Yeah, also, I mean, for pixel art styles, they do tend to pose them in a 3/4 angle, so they weren't benefiting from the symmetry as much. But my guess for modern Pokemon is that, essentially. If you hold it from Pixel era, back in the day, probably really hard to convey asymmetry in the overworld sprites. Oh, wait, you're right, because the overworld sprites were symmetrical. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're probably right also. I think we have put forth some maybe potentially accurate theories here. How do you access live suggestions? It is in the Discord server. There you go. Yeah, more references for Raihan and live suggestions. This was just the main one that I'd found on Bulbapedia. Let's see. Oh yeah, these do work a little bit better for silhouette. Oh yeah, for a side view especially. Here you go. Look at that. See what I was talking about with his hair? Where it feels like a dragon's spines, and this comes forward to make his head almost feel like he's got like a muzzle shape on the front. Yeah. Considering they cut the Pokédex on his generation because there were too many, I think it makes sense. Oh, they cut it because things were getting too out of scope? I could see that. What a charming fella. And he's got his ears pierced, which I think is one of those things that also alludes to the fashion and influencer end of his design. Yeah. Art really sells it from the side view. Yeah. I think he has a pretty distinct silhouette. So I'm only taking points off for the symmetry. For complexity versus clarity, I do think his level of detail is totally appropriate. All the details that are in this design are specific. They either relate to the gym that he is a member of and he is the leader of, or they relate to the fact that he's a dragon type trainer, or they're sort of leaning into the fashion aspect of his design, which works well for me. For concept of motifs, I really don't have any concerns about him. At all. He may be the best grade we've given so far. What is this, 9.5 out of 10? And that was the reason why I wanted to look at his design. He wasn't as well requested as others, but I think they did a great job with him. He is dressed like a personal trainer. A little bit, yeah. Pokemon does a really good job with wacky hair designs, but still making them look cool. I know! His hair is so cool. He's so cool. It's got like long pointy sideburns, which may look really funny in life, but they look so cool on him. It works for him. He does a good job of it. There we go. Yeah. I love that you guys are giving him a round of applause. So we brought our average back up a little bit. 9.5 out of 10. Here's a thought. Hey, Shrewmates, do you want a gamba about something? Do you want a gamba? This is a late in stream gamba to start. But do you want a gamba about what the average overall score for the Pokemon trainers will be? Do you want a gamba about that? I feel like that's a good topic, perhaps, for gamba. Let's do a prediction here. If you go back and do math, I will maybe not be thrilled about that, but what will the average grade be? And our options are going to be 10 out of 10 is impossible, so we'll do 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, and 6 out of 10. I don't think we actually had anyone that got a 6 out of 10, or below a 6 out of 10, other than that one version of Brock that was totally strange, that I think got a 5. So let me paste this over to YouTube so you guys can have it. Also, wee, wah, wee, wah, wee. Oh, we moa, we moa, oh, we moa, oh, we moa. What song is that? Is that the I've been walking in my sleep? What song is that? Through the valley of something. I've been searching for something. Oh, we moa, oh, we moa. What song is that? What is that? I think his hair could look cooler if it was just 3 spikes and not 6. What? Raihan? 1, 2, 3. I don't think his hair's 6. What do you mean 6? Oh, I know it from Lion King. Is that song in the Lion King? Or am I combining songs? Lion Sleeps Tonight? Oh, wait. I'm combining songs. I'm combining the Lion Sleeps Tonight with... What is the song that's... I've been walking in my sleep through the valley of fear, near the river so deep. I've been searching for something. Then if somebody stole. Through the valley of dreams. Walking in the night. Oh my god, what is that song? Does anyone know the song? Am I the only one? I'm doing a terrible rendition of it because I'm sick and I can't really sing anyways, but... Yeah, Song Fusion, time for Song Fission. Sorry, I don't think I'm that skilled. I don't think I can conduct Song Fission. That's a Lion King song, right? Is that the Lion King song? That's not Lion Sleeps Tonight, but is that also a Lion King song? Type the lyrics into Google. Hang on, you will permit me this off-topic moment. I've been walking in my sleep through the valley of something. Is it death? Oh my god, it's Billy Joel! It's Billy Joel! This Billy Joel, The River of Dreams is what I'm singing, but I was merging it with The Lion Sleeps Tonight accidentally. Got it. I see. I know the song, but I haven't heard it in like 20 years. Oh my god, I bet you aren't exaggerating. It's not a new song. This guy. Yes, this guy was highly requested! This guy was very highly requested, and I've seen a lot of him. I've seen a lot of this guy. He is very drippy. Hey, Shrewmates, place your thoughts now. What type of trainer do you think this man is? What type of Pokemon do you think this man has? Yeah, he's literally got the drip on. Ground/J. Yes, he is from the latest game. Ground methinks. Really? Ground? Okay. Interesting. My guess was poison. Very quickly. Because we tend to associate purples and pinks with poison. The inside of his jacket almost feels like an oil sheen, where you get those like browns and pinks and purples, like the iridescent almost, but it almost feels also kind of icky at the same time. No poison, I was joking. Okay, good. Good. He's got a lot of really rounded shape language, especially in his lapel collar. Look at that. This is clever design work. Changing the physical shape of his clothing to reference his Pokemon type. And even his glasses chains. Never in my life would I've ever said that glasses chains are maybe that stylish. They tend to make you look a little bit like a librarian. They can be cool. But man, he's got the drip on. This is an outfit that if any other character were to wear would feel out of place, which is exactly what we want from clothing design. It's great. This is also a fantastic example of how formal wear can have color, can have interesting cuts, and can feel very specific and have an effective silhouette. The little bit of drip in the silhouette is doing a lot for him, as is his asymmetrical hairstyle, which is rounded and feels like it is handled in a similar shape language as the rest of his outfit is, but the shorter cropping on his pants, where his pants are a little bit wider around the hips, the exaggerated shoulders from the fact that there's probably padded or just padding in the shoulders. He is a boss. We do read him as being very stern and strict from the fact that he's wearing glasses, he's wearing dark colors, he seems relatively refined. Yeah. Whoever designed Corbin, I think that's his name, was cooking in the office that day. Yeah, he's cool. Told my friends I like this guy and they immediately made fun of him. Well, they have no taste. Sorry, that's mean. Tell your friends that he is very effective character design and that you legally are allowed to enjoy his design. Tell him EG said you're allowed to like him. Subtle inside of the, or orange inside the jacket feels appropriate, and I can't say why, but it works. Also ties to his eyes a little bit. Yeah, do you know why it might be? Is that this orange is, I was gonna say it's more yellow in undertone, but it's very red. The gold eyes, in this case, I still feel like don't work. I will die on this hill. If you are pale, gold eyes do not make your face focal, unfortunately. The gold eyes are like the last thing I notice about him, unfortunately. I was thinking that this was more yellow in undertone than it actually is. And I was gonna say that the reason why it works is because it's almost a complement for the purple. Purple and yellow are complements. But would you believe me if I told you that this is actually very much red? This is red. But because it's surrounded by cooler colors, it feels orange to us by comparison. Yeah, red, you have to believe me, it is red. How curious, right? But this is a very cool undertone pink, and this is a purple next to it, so that is going to make it feel warmer than it is by comparison, perhaps. Yeah. Our past N? Yeah. Was it mentioned that his floofy tied back hair resembles Zoroark? Yes, it was. Do not worry. We got that noted. He got a, what did we give him? A 7.5 out of 10? Yeah. Corbeau. Yes, that's his name. It means crow or something in French. Weird that he's named after a crow and not a snake. Always read to me like an Arbok or Seviper should be his lead. Interesting. Corbeau is one of those examples of giving someone a suit and it being a fun design. Exactly, which is why I wanted to look at him. Because we often on stream are looking at characters who are wearing suits, and we have the same complaints, usually time and time again, that the silhouette isn't very interesting, that there's not a lot happening from, like, essentially the waist down, that the color work is lacking, that there's not enough texture, that there's not another layer in the concept for the design. But this has it all! This is everything I would ask of it. It's got texture, it's got pattern work, which is interesting, it's got physical elements that are informed by the concept. The only thing I'm not clear about is his tie. What is going on with his tie? Why does it have marks on the side of it? I read it as being almost like a spine or bone-like, but I'm not sure if that would relate to anything in particular about him, you know? Related yellow, complements purple. Cool if he had red eyes or orange. Yeah, so I do have some complaints about his design. A tongue? Oh, interesting. Open jacket helps instead of having it buttoned up. That is true. It does make him look a little bit more approachable. It's not as formal. Ty reads as white tiger. Interesting. Meant to be a stinger, I think. Oh, wait, I guess I could see that. Yeah, like a poisonous barb or something. Ah, I see, I see. Like these are little like barbed, sharp, hooked bits to it. Yeah. Stinger or a snake fang. Interesting. Okay, I see. I see, I see. Also inverted drips on his shoes. How clever. He's the boss of the bad guy team in the new game. And I know that it's like bad guy in quotation, I've heard. They're really not all that bad from what it sounds like. Like a barb's difficult to remove. Okay, makes sense for something that's inspired by poison types. So, we're gonna come over here. Color palette. I can't give him full points. I can't do it. He's got gold eyes. And his eyes being gold makes his face not as focal as it could be because they are low contrast with his face. Gold is a great accent color for this palette, so maybe I can't take the point off here. But for focal point, where do you look first? Because for me, it's not really his face. I could see us saying it's his face, but I think that's coming from the background I have right now. If I make the background a light color, where do you look first? I feel like I end up looking at his inner shirt or the really bright fuchsias at the bottom of his jacket. If he's on any kind of neutral background that's not super dark. Unfortunately. It's because of the saturation, the fact that they're surrounded by all black elements. It's a lot of contrast. It's a lot of contrast. Would having purple eyes help him? Maybe. This fuchsia on his glasses chain is putting in a good fight. It's really trying to bring our focus back up to his head. But honestly, I feel like if they just exaggerated some of the... if they made his hair either darker than his jacket or more saturated than his jacket, that would then make his head sort of framed by the more saturated purple elements. And if they made his eyes fuchsia or orange, that would help to provide a unique color opportunity that would bring us into his face a little bit more too. Oh, hello, Aphrodite. Hi. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi there. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist spawn guy, and I'm also an art educator. We are critiquing Pokemon trainer designs today. Hi, cadets. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? I'm glad you guys come in peace. The Shroomates are also already existing in peace. We haven't really arrived, but we're already peaceful. Hopefully, maybe. Let's see, what were you up to? It seems like you may have been doing some art or software and game dev recently. How was your stream? How was it? Oh no! I forgot to demand art tax from Mari. We got distracted talking about Pokemon, which is the thing that's going to happen. Oh man, I feel bad. Whoops. Hi Rex, who raided in with us. Speak for yourselves, I choose war. No, 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 no war. Only peace and kindness. Life and death and love and birth and peace and love on the planet Earth. Is there anything that's worth... How does that song go? That's an old Steven Universe song. I can't quite remember. But hey, Aphrodite, if you were working on art, can we see, maybe? Baby? Oh, I asked for it, but other folks didn't join in? No! It's okay, Amber. I appreciate it. I noticed it, and then it left my brain a little bit too quickly. I appreciate your effort with it, though. Ah! No. I was advocating for doing art/graphic design for free in your community/neighborhood. We were making a logo for a local business. Ooh, wait, I love that. I've actually done some of that. I'm not a graphic designer, but I have done graphic design for more than one business in my hometown. I don't know if the word for it would be pro bono, but like essentially because they were like a family-run business and couldn't afford a logo artist essentially. And I was like, hey, I'm 22 and just getting out of college. What if I just make something for you that I can put in my portfolio? And they were like, oh yeah, sure. It's fun. It's good practice and it's good to support local businesses. I agree. If you can be paid for it, all the better. Because free work is not always something that can be useful for sustainability. But hey, if you need to build your portfolio and if you like to provide a helping hand to people who are in need, that could be a good option. It's a good idea, Straddy. Can we see the logo? Blink blanc. Can I perceive it with my eyes, maybe? Getting to know your neighbors and working with them comes back to you in ways more valuable than I would charge them anyways. That is true. That is fair. Especially if you live in, like, a, like, even, like, somewhat tight-knit community. That is definitely true. I can see that, yeah. I was talking, because for mine, it was local, but it was a little bit beyond my neighborhood, and I was in a really big area. So it didn't quite end up the same way, but yeah, especially in a small town or in, like, tighter-knit neighborhoods and stuff like that, yes. I definitely agree with that, yeah. I can see it. Yeah. Can I see? Can I see it? I am interested. I want to see your graphic design work. I am not the greatest graphic designer. Graphic design is very much my passion, and is something I've gotten decently better at over my life, but it's still not one of my greater skills. I would feel weird doing it for pay. Took a class in graphic design to do that, but my teacher only taught us about AI. No, that's such a scam. What the heck? That's awful. I feel like that's definitely an outlier experience. Most art teachers I know are very against it, so that's crazy. I am so sorry. If you want to learn graphic design, there are an incredible quantity of resources online, as there are for learning any kind of art. And as much as it sucks that we have to teach ourselves things sometimes, it can be a worthwhile pursuit. But that sucks that you paid money and it didn't work out in that way. Oh, hi, Ruka. Have a good stream. Thank you. Hello. Shaking that class. Yeah, jostle them real good. Jostle them. Deserved. I would complain to your administration about that. Honestly, I often do that. I complain to the administration that I currently work amongst right now when I find out teachers are using AI in their classes, because it's not preparing you to work in the real world, which is sort of the whole role of a college professor. I would complain. I would do it. Write a strongly worded email to someone. Room temperature cottage cheese, my favorite. Ooh, some drafts. Interesting. Okay, let's see me paste them in here. Here's Aphrodite's art. Bam. Whoops. I clapped something. Look at that. Clients are friends I had a positive existing relationship with. People I've spent time hanging out with outside of work. Oh, hell yeah. Look at this. Look at these trucks. Hey, exactly what they want. Be something in the middle. See what I would like for me. Interesting. Domino Dimension, thank you for following. At least it isn't hand sweat cottage cheese. Yeah, no, it's in the container. The spoon is in there. At least if I'm holding a spoon, I have to put it in my mouth because it's too cumbersome. Essentially. But trucks with mountain silhouette, truck with cool, fun explosion behind them. Big truck in interesting perspective. He's coming towards us in perspective. Aha, Adobe user. Look at this truck. This truck looks like he's going off a lift a little bit, and you've got a tractor and the little like backhoe guy with him. These are fun. I like these little explorations so far. Is it going to be a, what do you call it, a logo type as opposed to a, no, wait, what are the words? Hang on. I don't have a degree in graphic design. There's a difference between logos that are text and logos that are image. So I'm gonna guess this is gonna be an image-based logo type of design, perhaps, maybe? Yeah. So good at drawing vehicles. I know, these are fantastically drawn vehicles, Aphrodite. I love drawing vehicles, low-key. I should show you guys some of my vehicle drawings. When I have art, whatchamacallit, an art block, I draw vehicles. I've drawn a bunch of real good motorcycles, specifically. Text and image. Oh, okay, so both, okay. There's a name for all of those. There's a name for when it's just words, there's a name for when it's just an image, and there's a name for when it's both, but I can't remember what it is. Darn it. Oh, rats! Be paid for the class would be fraud. Yeah, a little bit. You're paying to learn how to do graphic design, and that's not what you were being taught, which is evil. Childhood ski team used AI images? No! Oh, no. 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 But Aphrodite, this is really cute. This is a good start. Oh, sorry. If I sound funky, I'm getting over a cold, and I keep eating dairy products, and it's making me, like, slimy. It's making me goopy. I'm a little gloopy, unfortunately, so I keep getting stuck, but fun explosions. I like black and white style illustrations. I always think of printmaking when I see them, because this truly does tell you if something will work from a distance, and if it's paring down in an interesting way. This is fun. Thank you for sharing these with us. Shremates, can you say thank you for yummy, delicious, delectable logo design exploration work, please? That one is a quilt star. Oh, wait, I see them in the background here. Interesting. So I guess that maybe relates to the area or some other interest or thing going on with the business. I like the layering for that. We've got quilt elements. This is like a road in one of the pieces too. That's cool. 8-pointed stars, region specific. Hell yeah. Doing your research, which is always good. I'm so happy to see that. This is cool, Aphrodite. Thank you for sharing it with us. I always live for seeing a little bit of Aphrodite artwork. I was thinking about your food illustrations the other day when I was doing some texture rendering. I was like, I was thinking about it, and I was like, I swear Aphrodite would have a more efficient solution of what I'm doing right now. Because I was trying to use, like, I was trying to just, like, use a round, hard brush, to render something that had, like, a little bit of, oh, what is the word I would use for it? Almost like an iridescent texture, but on something that is not smooth. And I was like, I bet Aphrodite has a solution to this. I bet Aphrodite would know how to do this. Oh, Aphrodite has an offering and has been trapped in the ad zone, and I'm so sorry for that. Yes, we will get to Nessa, don't worry, and Nessa will occur. Let me... Where is my shroomate who is trapped behind the bars? Oh. No! Jail! Jail for mother for 8 million years! Let me grade Corbeau while I'm remembering to do it, though. Corbeau! Silhouette! It's fine. I don't know if it's the most recognizable silhouette, but his glasses chain adds something interesting. His jacket having the drips on it is interesting. His hair adds some needed asymmetry. It's not the strongest ever and the most recognizable, but it's not bad by any means. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is totally great. All the details that are in his design are specifically to tell us that he is a somewhat refined, or at least gentleman with some power, even if he's not refined as a person. He's somebody who holds power, he is businesslike, and he's a poison type trainer. I could see someone in Emily in Paris wearing his clothes. Sure, Rex. Sure. Yeah, he's literally dripped out, yes. So for complexity versus clarity, I think it's fine. And despite the fact that his suit jacket and pants are the same color, this trim does a really good job of breaking up those elements, so even from a distance, I can kind of piece together where his jacket ends. So for our critique we had about Cynthia, I think he is doing a better job of executing that. Oh my god, wait, what is this, Aphrodite? They turned him into a popsicle! Aphrodite, did you make this? I love this. Look at him. They turned him into a popsicle. This might actually be me also, but oh my god, full of goo. I love this little guy. This is great. What the heck? Is a bite taken out of him? Yeah, they took a chunk out of his head. When you guys talk about wanting to eat me, is this what you're thinking of? You just want to take a bite? Made it like last week? Oh my god, thank you, Aphrodite. The popsicle stick says rotate. I love this. The like blurred edges because all the ice cream colors tend to like sort of merge into each other. This is great. Thank you, Aphrodite. Shroommates say thank you for the literally delicious, genuinely delicious, delectable art. What flavor popsicle would I be, Shroommates? What flavor popsicle are we? Is this like vanilla bean? Because, you know, vanilla beans themselves are actually like brown as opposed to white. So we've got the white for vanilla and then maybe something else on the inside. Grape. Why grape? I'm not purple. Orpal. I'm not Orpal. Oreo. Ah, wait. Oreo is actually a really good answer. That's a good answer. Red bean. Oh, Joby would not like that. Joby doesn't like red bean paste. We've tried it and they're not a fan. Reverse ice cream sandwich. Wait. That would be so funny if I was made of ice cream on the outside and I had like cookie on the inside. You know when you get like cookie cake or like ice cream cake and it's got those like crunchy, chocolatey bits in it? I don't know what the heck you call them, but that would be really good put on the inside. I think, well, that's not gooey, that's crunchy. Licorice, joking. I like licorice, joke's on you. Something gooey. I don't know, we'll have to think about this, we'll have to ponder it. Perhaps, but yeah, I will run with Oreo for now. Sesame, ooh, black sesame would be yummy also. He is kind of shaped like onigiri a little bit, too, huh? But thank you, Aphrodite, this is incredible. I love this. I have the anti-licorice gene? Is that one of those things you can have a gene for? I know there's one for cilantro, which I don't have, but I didn't know there was one for licorice also. Clip you at a molten chocolate center. Oh, I could be like a lava cake, but like a lava pop? Question mark? Mushroom flavor. That sounds disturbing. That sounds not enjoyable. I love mushrooms, don't get me wrong, but I feel like mushrooms and dairy in a popsicle form would be weird. It'd be like freezing mushroom soup that's meant to be enjoyed warm. Earl Grey tea. Wait, I do like Earl Grey tea ice cream. There's a crazy ice cream place near us that makes interesting ice cream flavors. They've been making like taro and matcha and Earl Grey tea and black sesame flavored ice cream for years prior to it becoming super popular. They're not really that wild of flavors. They're just wild of flavors to find in the US of A, but they're really good. Black plus white equals gray. You know what? Sure. There's a lot of good options for me, maybe. Aphrodite, I think you'd be a limesicle if you were a popsicle, personally. Matcha ice cream's extremely common here. Prior to a couple years ago, I don't think you could even find matcha ice cream unless you went to like Asian supermarkets. You couldn't buy it at like establishments usually, not even like places that sell like Chinese food usually. There was one Chinese place we could get matcha ice cream from when I was in high school, but I didn't really like matcha back then, and I would just get, they had mango sorbet there, and this was before I was super allergic to mango, and that's what I would eat. Yeah. Oh, Squiiji? Oh, why'd Squiiji not work? Oh, you're turning me to a popsicle. I'm on to you. Why did it not work? Oh, wait, I actually think I know why it didn't work. Hang on, I know why it didn't work, actually. Hang on, it's because I reorganized my folders, so it doesn't know where to point. Hang on, I'll put Squiiji back on. Is it this one? Is this the Squiiji I need? Yes, there we go. Got it. Do love lime. Lime is a yummy flavor. Searched it up. There is, in fact, mushroom ice cream. That's disturbing. Do people like it? Is it a novelty thing? Because I know there's, like, novelty, like, prosciutto-flavored gelato. But, like, that's not as dairy-y. Interesting. E.g., what would you think about carbonated mushroom soup milk soda? Oh, you're gonna turn my stomach with that kind of discussion. Anything milk-based, I think, should stay far away from carbonation. Because mushroom soups usually have a cream base to them. Mushrooms and carbonation also, I feel like, are just not things that should combine ever either. But I know that, again, they have, like, steak-flavored sodas and, like, pickle sodas, so there are some affronts to humanity that have occurred, and I want nothing to do with them. Anyways, blue cheese soda? No! No! Ooh, no! No, 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 no. Do not carbonate smooth textured foods. Pike, I don't know what you mean by that, but I know exactly what you mean by that, and I'm with you. I am so with you. I don't know what that means, but it is a smooth texture food, and you're right. You're wrong. Japan makes the best carbonated milk drinks. Korea, too. Are you talking about... Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I'll accept that one. The one that is just milk. Carbonated. Yeah, Milky's. Yes. Cream soda. Oh, but, like, cream soda doesn't actually have cream in it, does it? I don't know. Carbonation is spiky, cream and milks are smooth and silky. Yeah, I'm with you. I feel you. I'm with you. Yeah, the idea of carbonated mushrooms is kind of turning my stomach also a little bit. Root beer floats. Okay, but it's not that it's flavoring the soda. It's that you're combining them, and those are like sweet treats going together. Mushroom soup is savory and should not be turned into an ice cream. Savory ice cream is is of the devil, if you ask me. Anyways, Corbeau, focal point, not his head. Not even really close, unfortunately. His head is not the most saturated, or the most uniquely shaped, or the darkest, or the highest in contrast. His head doesn't really have anything that's making it unique compared to the rest of the design, so we're looking kind of everywhere else first, and I think that is my greatest gripe about this design. Color design, fantastic. Concept work, fantastic. Focal point, not fantastic, unfortunately. 2, 4, 6, 7.5. Rip. I'm so sorry, man. You are so cool, though. And as I've said before, effectiveness does not equal good. I think this is a really cool design. This is one of my favorite ones that I got to look at for the stream, but 7.5 out of 10. Still a decently above average grade, though. That's still a good grade. Don't like carbonated milk or creams, no matter where they're from, over trying them, which is fair. Pilk, Pepsi milk. I never understood the Pilk thing. One of Joby and my friends that we lived with for a summer was somebody who had been drinking Pilk since they were a kid. Why would you combine those things? Why? Apparently it's not bad, and I guess it is just adjacent to an ice cream float of some sort, but that's just too adjacent. A root beer float is root beer and ice cream. Pepsi milk is Pepsi and milk. Milk is not ice cream, and Pepsi is not root beer, and I also don't even think that Coke as a float is that great. Anyways, I thought it was a meme. No, people actually drink it, which is crazy. I can't wrap my mind around it. I don't know. Some reason why people put cheese in Coke. I've never heard of that, but I know people put, especially like, what is it, in Colombia? They put mozzarella cheese in hot chocolate, I say, as I obtain my hot chocolate for a sip. Apparently pilk is a common treat in some poorer areas. Interesting. I didn't know that. Pepsi makes milk curdle. If it's acidic, I guess that would make sense also. Heard from my boyfriend who lived in such areas as a kid. Interesting. Yeah, moving on. 10 out of 10, moving on. It is kind of me. We found another EG-like. There's 2 EG-likes in Pokemon. There's Acerola and there's Bee, who both are kind of me. We don't have Bee for crits, but we can just look at her. I'll bring her up just real quick. She was an inspiration for my design. And I hate that I forgot about her when I made that EG variants meme a while ago. Because she's a fighting type trainer. And I'm a fighting type EG. With my black belt in Northern Shaolin Kung Fu. And she has my color palette. I would never be shoes off, but you can't tell me this is not an EG variant. Look at her, she's got an onion almost too. Man, she really was. I didn't intentionally reference her for my design, but you can see the subconscious influence. This is me. We're just the same person, kind of. You're the fusion of the 2 of them. I kind of am, huh? I think I'm the fusion of their vibes also. Fighting type EG, yeah. She's orange and black and white. She's got big, wide, neutral-toned hair. I have dark eyes. And then her hair bow is almost like my onion, which is crazy. But character drifter B, we're not actually grading B. I just wanted to show her because I kind of look like her. We're grading Acerola next because she was highly requested. Art studio about halfway between the gym and the forest thematically. Yeah. And strangely enough, I think if I was a Pokemon trainer, I'd probably be a poison type trainer. Are there mushroom Pokemon that fit in that category? I can't remember. Because strangely enough, I don't think I've ever actually had a mushroom Pokemon on my team. Amoonguss, maybe? Maybe. Is it just Amoonguss? Like 3 of them. Lots. Okay, good. Crab with a mushroom on it. Oh, Paris! Yes! Be a poison / grass type. Yeah, that would make sense for me, I feel like. Shinotic? Yes. Paris? Yes. Morolol? Comes close. Can have a full mushroom team. I could have a full mushroom team, it's true. But my favorite Pokemons aren't mushrooms. I look like Marini, and Marini is my favorite also. I want Marini on my team. Can I have just all mushrooms and 1 Marini? You can't tell me Marini is not also an EG variant. Come on, look, their resemblance is uncanny. Come on, we look exactly the same, right down to my sharp teeth, my yellow sclera, and my blue-purple palette. Poison. Yeah, but Marini, I think, is poison water, right? Marini isn't just poison. But I guess that's legal. I guess I could have that. Never realized you have sharp teeth? I don't. I used to. I have sharp canines. EG 1.0 had sharp teeth, though. I think EG 1.0 had all sharp teeth. Perhaps, which I don't really know why I did that. I just thought it was cute, maybe. Anyways, I'm distracted. Did it? It did. I swear to you it did. I can actually maybe prove it really quickly. Hang on. I have my folder right here. Squiiji 1.0. Is there a picture of Squiiji 1.0 smiling somewhere that I can find just really quick? Oh wait, it actually might be in here that I'll find it. Hang on, let's see. Here. EG 1.0. Haha! Here's an EG 1.0. Yeah, look at that! Look at my sharp teeth! Why did I have sharp teeth like that? Look at my baby photo. Look at me and my giant, thick fingers and my weird tech wear that had nothing to do with anything about me. But yeah, I had sharp teeth. For some reason. Don't really remember why I did that. There was a reason. Don't know what it was. Don't remember. Truly a testament to the fact that the character design going on there was a little whack and maybe like a 4 out of 10 at best. Yeah, I did also have a lip fang, which also went away because it was a pain in the butt to rig. for my blend shapes, for my face. I lost my edge. I'm more normal now, I promise. Anyways, Acerola. If you had to guess what type of trainer she is, what would you say? What would you guess? I think I would guess correctly what type she is. Perhaps. She is wearing clothing that appears to be somewhat tattered and sewn back together. Her predominant colors in her palette are cool, with purple sort of being the leading color around her hair. Her hair feels like it's sort of defying gravity a little bit, the way it's sort of floating around her face. Yeah, Ghost. Ghost would be my guess, and Ghost would be accurate. Ghost Poison. I could also see Poison from the purples, but yes, Ghost, primarily. Finger-like hair. That's an interesting thing to say about her hair. I thought her hair was almost wing-like, which is interesting. But yeah, Pokokpia has her exact hairstyle as a special option. Oh, wait, does it really? That'd be perfect for me! I want to play Pokokpia so bad! No! Oh, man. Her hair kind of reads as a wisp. It does read as a wisp a little bit, and she does have my hairstyle with her little onion on top of her head, too. Only guess Ghost because of the color. I would guess Ghost mostly because of the tattered clothing for me, at least, because we tend to depict fellas who are associated with ghosts or spiritual angles in the sort of beyond the grave sense, more so than the, you know, medium communicating with them sense this way. Although on a cold read, there are some things that I thought were interesting about her. She's wearing sandals, which is interesting. She also has this very ornate armband being worn on one arm. And then she has a 4-leaf clover accessory in her hair, which is interesting. Yeah, so the sandals are because Alola is Hawaii, or like at least Pacific, like island culture coded, that's not a word I want to use. Pacific Island themed. Yeah, Ghost equals superstitious, yes. I love her uwu mouth. She does have a little uwu mouth that almost has fangs. Tropical Island. Sure, Tropical Island, but specifically Pacific Tropical Island, not Atlantic Tropical Island, yes. The accessory is on every trial master. Is it? I didn't notice that. Is her ace maybe Mimikyu or Palossand? I don't remember who her ace is, but she does have a Mimikyu, I believe, which is interesting because the ribbon on the back of her body feels somewhat similar to Mimikyu's tail to me. I like that she's a light tan color to her skin. That's an interesting thing to say. Maybe it's just because of the fellas we looked at today, but if I were to show you what her skin color is, this is her skin color. Which is actually pretty much as pale as it can get with a little bit of saturation. It's something we can't appreciate, but she is still very pale. Yeah, no one really has that much pigment. Corbeau is really pale also. Yeah, her skin is like the lightest possible yellow. She's got some saturation, which technically is adding a little bit of value. This square lies to us. Technically, this is a triangle, and this would be moving sort of along this axis a little bit more in a triangle. The way saturation and value work is an interesting science. But yes, she is quite pale, unfortunately. Because in her lore, she is, what, the final remaining member of a royal family? And the armband was passed down to her. Because everyone else in that royal line has sort of, I guess, passed away. Which is sad. I think when I first met this character was thinking about her in terms of colonization and the fact that, you know, Alola is a reference to potentially Hawaii and other areas that have been highly colonized and, you know, their, you know, royal families, their own methods of governing themselves were sort of, you know, just completely taken over. They didn't really do much with that in the story as far as I can remember, but I thought that was supposed to be the reference to it. What royal family is supposed to be Polynesian? I'm not sure if they specify any particular one, but yes, she is supposed to be a part of a royal family. This is an heirloom that was passed down to her. And I was thinking, as far as her hair accessory goes, that maybe it's a 4-leaf clover because she's trying to, you know, lean into good luck. Maybe she's superstitious. So maybe that is the reason why we're using that particular symbol for her. Who do you do after Acerola? We have Nessa next after that. Not even a triangle, it's more like a convex rounded triangle. What is the petals in the 4-leaf clover here? I see that. Two uses super pale characters that seeing a slight change in colors enough to make me go, oh, not super white. That is funny. She's friends with a policeman who is the Sinister trainer. Yeah, I forget what his whole plot line was too. 4-leaf was for trial captain. Oh, is it? Is that what that is? Interesting. Okay, I was trying to relate it to her particular lore, but maybe it's just a part of the bigger lore of Alola. Maybe. One thing I was talking about being on all the... Oh, this is what's on all the trial captains, not her armband. Oh, okay. Interesting. Making it a 4-leaf clover is an interesting idea. Huh, okay. Interesting. And also, for her personality, she does have a playful, friendly personality. She's described as being a little bit mischievous, apparently, which maybe that does relate to her being a ghost-type trainer as well. We do tend to think of a certain subsection of ghosts as being somewhat mischievous, which works. Also implied that she herself is a ghost, but I could be wrong. Interesting. Her armband is where her Z crystal's stored. Aha, okay. Interesting. So, to sort of go through the elements for grading, first of all, focal point. I don't think we can dispute that her head is the focal point. She has the most exaggeration around her head. She has the most saturation around her head. It's her head. Her head is the focal point. Through and through. Really nothing to debate about that. The 3-mouth feels appropriate for mischievous character. Yeah, I agree. Focal point. Full points. Color palette. She's got an interesting, cool colored palette where she's a variety of undertones. She's got a more purple hair color or like a violet hair color. She's got a more indigo or closer to blue color for her clothing. She has a black that has a subtle blue undertone as well for her dress. And then to complement it, she's got gold. Gold is a complement to purple. So they provide an interesting accent. And she's not a black, white, and metal color character because she actually has 2 colors and no white. So, color palette, totally fine. I don't have any clarity issues for her. For silhouette, I do think her hair is pretty distinct, as is her dress shape. I feel like I could identify her as being a ghost-type trainer in her silhouette also. Her clothing being a little bit ragged around the edges, her hair feeling like it's floating. It's funny because her hair almost feels like the bottom of, what is it, Misdrevious? Or like Misdrevious's hair? Not in its actual shape, but just the bottom edge. Right? What does Misdrevious's hair look like? Oh, maybe just the bottom edge of the skirt, because Misdrevious's hair, oh wait, is down. Sometimes. Wait, interesting. Hang on. I'm realizing that my lack of ability to picture things in my mind means I'm making some statements that are not quite right when now I think about them. Feels jealousant. I could see that, maybe. I thought Misdrevious's hair was down like this all the time, because it does feel a little bit wing-like on the ends, but apparently Misdrevious's hair is usually posed more in like an upward fashion, like it's floating. So I may have just misremembered, but I could see this being a reference to her, also in the color palette. Purples, blues, similar. Top of her dress being light blue might imply the dress was also once a lighter color and has been patched together / ruined into the darkened purples with age. Ah, perhaps. I guess we don't really know what part of this garment was original, but yeah, it could be that the purple part of it was the original and that the black is what's replaced it at this point. Maybe. Perhaps. Is it not down all the time? For Misdrevious? Apparently not. Apparently it floats upward more often, or like horizontal to the head. But, anyways, for silhouette, I do think she is somewhat recognizable in silhouette. Her hair has some nice exaggeration. Her skirt adds a lot to her silhouette, as do the ribbons on it. Her sandals are really big and chunky, which is notable, and her armband, I think, is helping us also. She does have a nice amount of subtle asymmetry in her design as well, just in the texturing of her outfit, so she doesn't feel too stiff to me. Her bangs and her onion on top of her head help similarly. Would you say it's fair to give her full points for silhouette? Maybe. Bias. Well, that's why I'm asking you. I don't know if I'm biased about that hair shape, because it's what my hair shape is. but I think it's a pretty distinct hair shape, and it's not a common hair shape either. And her dress makes it clear that she's not me and that I'm not her, right? Little hand-like cloth near the dress kind of resembles Mimikyu's hand-like things. Yeah, I thought so too, as well. I think that is probably an intentional reference to the Pokemon. Think her ragged clothing is reference to her partner Pokemon, which is a Mimikyu. I see. 2.5, because it's not very distinct outside the hair. I could agree with the fact that her dress, but her dress does have a distinct tone, or not tone, distinct hem to it, and the ribbon is somewhat distinct, but maybe I could put it here, 1.5. I think that's fine. In the anime, her Mimikyu is a ghost, not just a ghost type, just straight up dead? Oh man, okay. Doesn't she have a shiny Mimikyu at some point somewhere? I feel like I'm remembering that, but I could be wrong. Also, I totally forgot about the concept of the totem Pokemon from that game. I don't remember what the deal with them was, but there were totem Pokemon, which I guess were the stronger ones. I think so. The dress and the hair and armband all make it stand out. I'll put it here. This is not 2.5. This is 1.5. We don't have 2.5. That'd actually be over full points. Good silhouette could be better. Sure. I can agree with that. Complexity versus clarity. Her outfit's details only exist to tell us that she is sort of down on her luck and wearing clothing that is sort of stitched back together. I feel like we could have done more with it though. If there was more variety in the garments, it may have been interesting. Like if we could see maybe more different garments stitched together that maybe are of more contrasting styles. I don't know. I feel like something about her outfit is lackluster to me, especially for the fact that she is one of the, essentially the Elite Four for this region. One piece having a subtle pattern, yeah, maybe. Or even if it's just like a couple different fabrics. We do have 1, 2, 3 fabrics, but something about it feels like it's just not enough for me. It feels just a little bit too generic. I get that her role is just that she is kind of a kid who hangs out at I think she hangs out at an orphanage, right? And plays with the other kids. But still, with that in mind, I feel like we could have done something more with that angle as well, where she could have been dressed a little bit more rough and tumble if she's, you know, like running around and playing with others. Is she technically an orphan? She is, I believe. I believe she is technically an orphan. Make it more like a princess to make it more contrasting with it being made of scrapped clothing. I think that is what they were maybe intending to do with the silhouette. But yeah, if they were to exaggerate maybe her sleeves to puff them a little bit more or something, I just think her design needs another layer in its concept. She feels like she's missing something that the others weren't. I don't know. Don't know if I've ever seen her anywhere specific. She just kind of wanders after you meet her. I guess that's fair. Yeah, she is in the scary supermarket. She's just missing a certain pizzazz for me. Whoops, wrong category. Like, her level of detail's okay. She's plenty recognizable. The clarity is totally fine. I just feel like she needs something. She's got a distinct accessory on her arm, but it does also feel a little bit out of place, too, with the fact that we're not referencing anything else feeling especially royal in the design. So maybe changing the shape language would help. And I get that maybe this is supposed to feel super out of place because she is a poor child who is the last remaining member in a long line of royalty. But I feel like we could use something else to unite it with the rest of the design as well, maybe too. She has something to do with her Mimikyu. What? They're gonna sew together? Unfortunately, we don't know what her culture coding is. Yeah, I'm not particularly sure what culture she is implied to be a religious figure, or not religious, a noble figure in. But at that, was Alola specifically Hawaii, or was it more generally like Polynesia and like Pacific Islander? Because it may be that it is sort of a conglomeration of many things and not one particular thing. Hawaii, okay. So maybe she would be a direct reference to the Hawaiian royal family then. Alola was specifically Hawaii, okay. In that case, I'm sure there could have been something done in the clothing shapes to reference that, maybe. A lot of tourists, so I assume Hawaii. Okay, perhaps. But I still feel like something's missing from her in that way. For concept and motifs, for what it's worth, she does look like an orphan who is down on her luck and is holding on to something that is from a time where things were maybe better. And she's a ghost type. So I don't really have any complaints about how clearly her concept is reading to us. I just feel like we want another layer somewhere in here, maybe. And maybe because I'm saying that I have to go like this. Compared to the other members of the Elite Four, she felt under-designed. And I'm saying that because I just played the game. But for a grade, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10 is not too bad. I think that she and her design sort of speak to the fact that you don't have to overcomplicate something for it to be mostly effective. This is totally illegible. Why am I using such a thick marker? Also, do you like that we're moving so much faster? It's because I'm not doing edits. If I was making edits to the designs, we'd be moving so much slower, and I did want to get through all the designs I had prepped, so I decided to move faster, and I decided not to edit. Are you proud of me for holding myself back? Because despite the fact that I've been insanely off topic several times, we are actually on the final one that I had specifically prepared for today. Oh man, I gotta blow my nose. Hello? I almost just hit the stop streaming button instead of unmuting myself. What happened there? Brain glitch. Yes, it is only 5:12. I have been very efficient with going through these designs because I haven't been doing paint over with them. Which, on one hand, I like doing paint over, but on the other hand, I did want to prioritize getting through them, perhaps. Why? Because they use Alola the same way they use Aloha. Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. That would have been pretty funny, though. Would it have been funny? I mute myself and then just stream ends? I would come back, but it would have been weird. Whoops. Squiiji speedrun world record. I have gotten through more designs today than average. Considering I'm sick, I think that's also a miracle. But our last pre-prepared fella is Nessa. After that, I will ask you guys if there's anyone in particular we want to look at. But before I do that, while you observe Nessa, I'm gonna eat maybe the rest of my cottage cheese. Because it's been sitting here for so long, and I need to finish eating it. Because this was supposed to be my lunch, and it is now dinner time, and I have not eaten my dinner. Also, Kat, you spelled my name in a new and interesting way, and I'm just taking that and just going in my list. Squiiji speedrun world record. Thanks. I'm taking that. It's going in my list. Where's my list? Where is it? It's here somewhere. I haven't added anything to it in a minute, though. There it is. Bam. My Tomodachi life pronounced name is Squiiji. Nice. Let me edit that. There's some really good ones in here. Squiiji is pure water type EG. Removing the ink from my name. I am no longer poison. What about Rika? Oh, yeah, wait, we should talk about Rika, because Rika was really beloved. People really were a fan of Rika's design. I should look at her. Just look at my list of misspellings of my name. Somebody spelled my name Squiiijito. Is that like a small Squeegee? Rika? Isn't she the green-haired one? Rika, Pokemon, right? Am I thinking the wrong one? Yes, I have the right girly in mind. People really like her. People really, really like her. Squeegee-tito. Tiny little EG, small EG. Yeah, they spelled my name all kinds of weird. This girly, like her Chelsea boots. People really loved her. Yeah, maybe we'll put her in the queue for after Nessa. Perhaps. Prepare people to bark. I would love for you all to tell me what it is that you love so much about her when we get to her. I would love for you to tell me what it is. What the charm is. But we gotta talk about Nessa first. And I have to eat one more bite of my... Actually, 2 more bites of my cottage cheese first. Mm-hmm. Scarlet and Violet? Yeah, I think that one is from Scarlet and Violet. I don't know. Oh, you can say that. Gary?
She looks like lesbian Panic the character.
Gary, you sounded like a real boy for a second. That was a disturbingly realistic voice. Gary, that was disturbingly realistic. That felt like a real person talking to me. Do I look like a real boy, Papa? Gary, I don't know about that. I don't know. She's an Elite Four? Oh, what, Nessa or Rika? Who are we talking about? Which one? The Blue Fairy played Gary a visit? He's just always possessed. Rika. Really? Okay, I don't know anything about her, so we'll be doing a true cold read of her. We'll get there. As this region doesn't have Elite Four. Yeah, no, they just have a champion, because this is back to the gym world with Raihan and Leon and Bee and... I actually don't think I know a single other trainer's name from that game. Was there one named Marnie? Oh, there's the punk guy that people really liked in this game also. Larry. Piers, is that the punk guy? Larry is not from that game. Okay, I don't know who Larry is off the top of my head. Bea and Nessa are my favorite from Sword and Shield. They are cool. Hang on. I need to eat this. I really have to. Okay, good. Alright, cottage cheese has been finished. There was a Marnie. Okay. So, Nessa. Boy, sure mates, I wonder what type of gym she has. Boy, I wonder. Any guesses? Anyone going on a limb? It's probably really hard to guess this one. I don't think you'd be able to guess this one, huh? What do you think she is? Fire because she's pretty. Fire because she's cool. You guys are lying to me, is what you're doing, and I see right through you. Yes, Amber, my favorite type. The beach type. The pool type. Is she grass type? No. Penguins. That's not a type. There's not a type called penguins. The type options are fire, water, electric, ground, rock, steel, dragon, fairy, poison, normal, flying. I think I got them all. I think I got all of them. Psychic. Yes. Ice. Also. Cute lifeguard lady? Water. Dark if I had to pick a second type. Fair. Oh, bug. I also forgot bug and dark. Obviously bug type. Okay. You're all liars, and I need you to live with yourself in being that, I guess. She's a water type trainer. How are we going to guess that she's a water type trainer? Well, if I could just direct you to her shoes. She is wearing aquatic style, like the water wader sandals, which almost seem like they feel like a beach chair in their construction. They're kind of strappy in that way. They feel mildly athletic, too. She has floaties on the sides of her ankles, which would be very interesting if she actually got in the water. It would make her feet float. It is cool for her silhouette. I'm not sure if it's functional for practical reasons, but it is interesting for silhouette. Some of the diamonds on her design, like on her hair and on her armband, feel net-like in the way that they have these intersections that are sort of thicker. You know, when net is like woven together, they end up with knots between each like little diamond section. This feels similar to that. She's also decorated herself in a way that feels akin to the way you would wear jewelry if you're wearing a bathing suit, with a waist chain and sort of like armbands and stuff like that. And her outfit, for the fact that she is, you know, also in what we call the glorified soccer or football league, her outfit is much more swimmer aligned than it is maybe other sports. Although I've seen that in the Olympics, apparently this is like the default girly pop outfit. Doesn't matter what sport you're in. Playing volleyball, bathing suit. Indoor volleyball, bathing suit. Running track and field, kind of bathing suit. Sometimes with more or less tummy coverage. But this does feel like an athletic style bathing suit for what it is worth. And if I were to see certain Olympic athletes outside of the context of their sport, I would likely still guess that they are a swimmer. Because they feel athletic. Mobility, I guess. I guess so. Although the true thing here, though, is that if we're going to talk about a truly functional bathing suit, it'd be a one-piece. One-piece is the most functional bathing suit. If you ever get on a sailboat in a bathing suit that is not a one-piece, you will learn why you shouldn't. You'll learn why. I promise. You'll find out. Yes. Looks like fishnets or buoy nets. Yeah, these elements do, especially when it's wrapping around the round part of her hair. Also, using blue as one of the primary colors in her palette does allude to water pretty effectively. One pieces are so hard to get off, though. They are. It does feel like you're peeling off another skin, but you gotta wear them. You have to. And let me tell you, I am not shaped in a way that makes buying a one piece easy, but I had to figure out a way to make it work because I am shaped in the upper body very differently than I'm shaped in the lower body, apparently by women's sizes, because that is what I had to wear. Because that was before realizing I don't have to wear whatever society told me I had to wear. I haven't gone sailing in a long time. But anyways, how to wear a one piece at water parks? I've seen too many accidents. Exactly. But yeah, one pieces never fit me. Never. But it is probably more fashionable to not be wearing one piece for this sake. So, if you were to guess what her profession is outside of being a gym trainer, what would you guess for her? I didn't really have a particular guess. I was guessing mostly based on the fact that she is a water type trainer. I was like, okay, maybe she is a lifeguard? That was my guess. Was lifeguard, because she feels athletic, she feels sporty, she feels water themed, she feels a little bit beach side or poolside with her shoes. Volleyball, yeah, I could see her being a volleyball player maybe, perhaps. Swimming instructor, yeah, I could see any of these things. She is, in fact, not those things. She is a model, I believe, right? She's a fashion model. Let me check my notes here. Yes, she's a fashion model. Which, I can see how they are trying to allude to those elements a little bit in her design. The fact that she is wearing more makeup than most of the other characters are, she's wearing more jewelry than a lot of the other characters are as well, especially the girlies who are in, you know, this athletic role. I could see as alluding to that, perhaps. Maybe. Yeah, she's wearing hoops for her earrings. She's a little bit more ornate, yeah. Giving Serena Williams, athletic specialized fashion, yes. So, like, when I heard that was what her occupation is, I was like, you know what? I can see it. I can see it. She is elegant. She's wearing a little bit more makeup. Her clothing seems like, you know, she is wearing her uniform, but she has jazzed it up with some jewelry and accessories in a way that not all of the maybe gym leaders would. People saying her eyebrows are on point, yeah. Does she also swim? I would imagine she does also swim, probably. Fashion model and a swimmer. Oh, okay, I see. Makes sense. Honestly, Serena Williams is a good reference point for her, I would say, because they both are like, just like cool fashionistas who are also just like incredibly at the top of their game in whatever sport they are in, probably. I see it. As far as her personality goes, she is apparently calm and collected, but very competitive. And those are associations that we could relate to water. We tend to think of water sometimes as being very calm and serene, but then, you know, she's competitive, so there's another side to her. Water is not only calm and serene, it's also sometimes very aggressive and challenging. So they are, I think, using the personality types in the games to reflect what the trainer type is often, and I think it works relatively well. The sport is Pokemon fighting. It's a sport, yeah? Yes, it is a sport, which to some may be considered as much of a sport as, like, equestrian is, or as much as, what are the other sports people argue about whether or not are a sport? I'm trying to think. But for the sake of the world, it is a sport, and they are dressed, like they are doing something athletic. Surfing? No, surfing and dance are absolutely sports because they are things that you are using your body for. You have to train physically for. People can test equestrian being a sport because most of the training is the horse and not you, apparently. I don't know. Shooting. Shooting requires training also. I can't think of what the other ones are. Ballet, marksmanship, hunting. No, there's other ones people can test a lot more than that. I can't think of what it is. I see people all the time saying dancing isn't a sport. Well, tell them to shut up. It takes a lot of training, and it takes a lot of refining your body in particular ways to be good at it. I think that absolutely qualifies as a sport, and I'm not here to tell you what is or what isn't a sport, but I wonder if Pokemon falls into that kind of sport. Horse riding isn't a sport. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like horse riding isn't a sport. This is also a sport, even though the thing doing the physical action is not you, maybe. You, I guess, give commands. It's as much of a sport as maybe chess is, where it's strategic. But for these intents and purposes, it is a sport. Golf. Hey, there's still some skill involved in golf, even if I hate golf just thematically for existing. I have to say, the psychic damage I took in the Elite Four for Pokemon Sun and Moon when we got there, and it is Acerola, poor girly who is the last in a long line, I guess, in the royal family, because her entire family is dead, and, you know, so we're thinking about colonization. And the other girl who is in, one of the other two girls in the Elite Four is a golf player. I was like, there she is. There's the rich white girl whose family just pays to live there and is destroying Hawaii as a place people can live. I was crashing out about it a little bit. I'm sure that girl is plenty nice, but I was like, the psychic damage I was taking from that was crazy. Formula 1 isn't a sport. Racing isn't a sport. Yeah, where like it is a sport, but like technically, even though they dress in a way that may make you think it is a physical sport, it's interesting. I don't know why I was talking about that distinction. I don't think it necessarily matters here. They do dress for something that is physically intensive. But, oh, because her outfit doesn't have to be completely functional for fighting. She doesn't have to be dressed in a way that would make sense for fighting, was why I was bringing this up, because she's not the one fighting. Yes. Yes. Next and F1 drivers are insane. Yeah, that does require some training, I guess, also, yes. Horse riding is a sport. You have to work with a horse. An unskilled rider won't do good. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think any of these things are or are not a sport. I'm using air quotes whether or not you can see me doing it or not. I think anything that somebody calls a sport is probably a sport. She's essentially going to a dog show. Kind of. So yeah, she can dress athletically, because it is a sport in the eyes of the viewers, but she can wear things that are not practical for fighting or for athletics, and it will be fine. And it is okay. And it is alright. The word sport has an original meaning of leisure, hence other uses of the term like hunting sport. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, one of the other things I just wanted to point out about her design that I enjoyed was the use of texture. The fact that she's got these zigzagging and diamond textures repeating in her design, in her hair, with the braiding, on her armband, in her necklace, the fact that we've got diagonal movement on her shorts, does add some interest for me. It does make her outfit work a little bit better, because it is kind of bare bones at the end of the day otherwise, especially when we get to silhouette. Oh, these silhouettes are really bad to try and check because the sprites from this game all have this fuzzy white outline around them, but we can at least see that her ankle floaties, despite however we may feel about them, do add something to make her recognizable in silhouette. Other than that, though, I don't know if she's actually that recognizable, unfortunately. Her clothing is very close to her body. It's very form-fitting everywhere, even where she is wearing the jewelry and accessories around her waist. Her arm, if her hair wasn't blocking it, may add something, but I don't actually think that she has that distinctive a silhouette, unfortunately. Oh, my throat got weird for a second. Let me grade. For color palette, she has a complementary palette with orange and blue. The teals add a nice secondary color maybe to it, and she's also got greens throughout, so she's got a good amount of variety in her palette. It's pretty well balanced, decent color hierarchy where blue is the predominant color, at least in terms of what she's wearing. Technically her skin tone would be the predominant color in the hierarchy, but that's fine because, you know, we're using the brown the most, then the blue is used maybe the next most, unless it's the black for the hair. It all sort of slots into place all right for me. And it is visually interesting. So good work. For silhouette, it's not great. She's not a blob, but I don't really think she's that particularly recognizable. ankle floaties do something, her hairstyle is doing a little bit of something, but I just don't know if it's enough. Her outfit should be adding something to it. I feel like she would have worked very well with a sort of luxurious style, like beach cover up of some sort that then would add some silhouette to her. If it was even just something that's like sheer or knit or something. If it's like hanging off her arms, that would maybe lean into the fashion angle of her being a model and into some beach wear in a way that may benefit her silhouette and her conceptually also too. Looks like she has tentacle hair. I can see that a little bit from the way that it's broken up into chunks, but there are a lot of Pokemon characters who have hair that is handled that way. Like a sheer thing around her waist. I was thinking about the ones that are more like a sheer top you wear that goes over like your shoulders and is like open in the front, or maybe it's not open in the front, but yeah, you could do something like that also if it was over the hips. Dark part of her hair looks a bit like a shark tail or something. I could see this being a reference to a fishtail, maybe. You know what? We did point out references to particular Pokemon in most of the other designs we've looked at. Are there particular Pokemon that her design is referencing? And this may come from the fact that I just don't know that many Pokemon off the top of my head, but I don't know if I'm seeing one in particular that I would point out. Does she have an ace Pokemon or something? Her ace is a snapping turtle. What is it called? Do we know? More wrist jewelry. More wrist jewelry might be nice for silhouette reasons. Sheer dress would be cool, one that stops at her thighs. Yeah. Her main Pokemon is Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw. Okay, let's see. Whoops, that's not how you spell that. Oh, I need to just let you guys know that I did misspell Pokemon, I think 9 times before I started stream, and I thought I was having a stroke. What? How is it spelled? It's a pun on Dreadnought. Yes, but when I look up Dreadnought, do I need to put Pokemon? I'm getting a Magic the Gathering card. Oh. Oh, Dreadnought, not Maw. I see. Because Dreadnought. Interesting. Okay, so she does have the teal and orange in her color palette that feels like it might be a reference, whoa, to this fella. This is the fella. But she doesn't really have many sharp elements in her design or anything that feels particularly like armor going on in her design. It's spelled Pokemons. No, I was just putting the letters in the wrong order, unfortunately. The big sponsorship logo front and center in her athletic clothing is my favorite aspect. I do think that they did do a good job of making this clothing feel like athletic wear, where athletic wear usually is, yes, decorated in sponsorship elements. They all have their numbers they're assigned for the leagues. That's what this is. This on her other hip might be her gym's logo, unless that's what this is, although this is probably the sponsor. Yeah, it does feel very real. Also, you know, athletic clothing is designed to have very sharp, crisp lines, often at diagonals or running lengthwise along the body, because it makes you look taller and leaner. It also tends to emphasize speed and quickness and narrowness. So they did do a good job of referencing the way sportswear is designed for this. Weasel kind of reminds me of her outfit colors. I could see that also with the teal and orange, sorry. Yeah. But I am surprised that we're not seeing a more specific Pokemon reference in her design, considering we saw one for Raihan. Perhaps. Love that Toothless is still here. Oh, I forgot about him. He just lives here now. He's just gonna stay there and keep an eye on us. Complexity versus clarity. I think that the level of detail here is fine. I think my concern with her is maybe more in the concept angle. Pose is also quintessential female athlete turned model. Yeah, she's got her hand on her hips, her feet are wide apart. Here she's holding her athletic element. This could easily be replaced with a baseball bat or a tennis racket or whatever piece of athletic equipment she needs. Yeah, I see what you mean. I do think that helps. I still feel like we could add something in the fashion department that would make it clearer, which is why I'm gonna go here for concept. But for level of detail, I think she's mostly fine. I feel like we could have done something more with her clothing, which is coming into this. Focal point. What is the focal point for you? I actually have a hard time determining it. Let me close my eyes and see if I can snap them open and see where I'm going first. Because on one hand, I feel like the back of her hair ends up being somewhat focal for me. Either that or her chest or her shorts. Just because this teal is very unique. There's not a lot of teal elsewhere. and because her shorts and her shirt have the most colors in the smallest area, and the orange feels very vibrant in those areas as well, and they frame her stomach a little bit. So we've got lighter color against her darker skin tone, more saturated colors, darker colors against the lighter colors, against the saturated colors in these areas. I sadly don't know if her face is all that focal. Also, do she and Raihan both have blue eyes? I feel like her face may have been more focal if she just had dark eyes. Because then all the black in her design would be conglomerated most around her head. I feel like a tattoo would be very athlete-coded, at least for American athletes. That's fair. Square framing of her hair makes me focus on her face. That's fair. We haven't edited anyone else, but I'm just curious. And also maybe a little bit bothered. Your eyes don't need to be that dark, but I feel like darker eyes would make me look at her face a little bit more readily. I'm just making her eyes darker blue right now, but if they were a dark brown, that may work nicely also. This looks creepy because I covered over her eye highlight. But you know what I mean? 16-bit Tenchi, thank you for following, I appreciate it. Instructions misinterpreted, make Nessa's eyes black. No! I'm not trying to make her scary. I was trying to see if I could find, like, a warmer color for them, because... Oh, I'm not supposed to be editing. But... because the teal in her eyes doesn't feel unique enough, because she has teal all in her hair. Oh wait, let me make a layer for it. Layer, new correction layer. Hue, saturation, luminosity. Like, dark brown eyes, or like an amber colored eyes, orange colored eyes. Something like that may have worked better and would have stayed within her palette. Those are red, those are pink, hang on. Orange is in here somewhere. Boost saturation, I'm gonna drop the luminosity a little bit. Because then if her eyes are orange, it may feel like she also has brown eyes. Hang on, more saturation. Although, you know what? I don't know if I'm sold on that either. She's got this green accent color, too, that is throughout her design a little bit. I wonder if making her eyes green would have been better also. Dark eyes and orange eyeliner. Oh, I guess we could have flipped that also, too. Yeah. Orange eyes might be okay. Subtle blue makeup around her eyes. Orange might bring it out. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the green is popping a little bit more. But yeah, I think the eye color could have been different to make her face more focal. I won't take full points off for focal point, but there are a lot of elements distracting us from her face right now. Perhaps. And I think that's a full grade, right? 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6. Oh no! Girl, you got the lowest grade today! No! And again, as I've said before, I like her design. Her design isn't maybe as effective as it could be, but I like her design. And 6 out of 10 is still above average, but I do feel bad giving her that grade. Rubric doesn't really lie as much as we may be a little bit subjective about what we're putting where on it. Man! Man! What can you do? I mean, generally, I think our spread has been pretty good, though. We've been way above 50% for every design we've looked at for the most part. But yeah, it just means there's room for improvement for her. And honestly, I feel like with one added layer to her clothing, we could maybe solve both those things. If she had like a sheer layer she was wearing over her clothes, that could be used to push back the contrast in her shirt and her shorts a little bit. Yeah. She's so popular. Recognize the design. Would you attribute that to her being conventionally pretty? Yes! Yes! As wild as it is, you can have an incredibly poorly designed character who is conventionally attractive, and they will be more popular with fans than cleverly designed characters, maybe like 7 or 8 times out of 10, and it kind of drives me nuts a little bit. And I see this constantly in gacha games! I see this all the time in gacha games, where the cleverest designs that are designed so interestingly, if they are not conventionally attractive, they're not as popular with fans. Because, man, people are so driven by attraction often with designs, and it sucks. Because, for me at least, I tend to like character designs more when they are clever, and I tend to be attached to them more for that reason, but it is like that, yeah. Yeah. High-scoring rubric can be an ugly and popular design. Yeah, I've been saying this during VTuber critiques. And you're not wrong, but we should be trying to have interesting, effective character design. You can have an attractive character who also is effective character design, and maybe that's the best combo if you're trying to just be popular for design reasons, but yeah. It's... Who wins? Guy with a cool, interesting design or girl in a white dress? Oh, the white dress! Oh god. Also because, yeah, then we're starting to lean into, like, allegories with marriage and fellas wanting a wife and things like that. Oh, man. Man. If a character doesn't sell well, they won't last long. Yes, in gacha games and in VTubing, yes, and it breaks my heart. But, I mean, hey, I think I have one true testament to that in VTubing specifically, which is Corbeau. I love Corbeau's design. Corbeau has such a cool design, and Corbeau is so wild and so out there in design and is not aiming to be conventionally attractive in any way, shape, or form, but is performing just fine for it. It all depends on who you're trying to appeal to. That stupid peanut man, despite the fact that he is just eyes and lips on a peanut, did fantastically well, despite the fact that I don't think anyone would consider that attractive. So, my point stands. I think we should be making designs that are effective character designs, regardless of whether they're attractive or not, because it's... You can make anything work, more or less. You just have to have a good personality behind it. With VTuber designs, the design is like, maybe like 30% of the puzzle. You have to be the other 70%. Your model's conventionally cute. Thanks! You think my horrible, gooey flesh hair is conventionally cute? I'm glad. Good. She has glasses in her concept art. It's neat to me. Put it in live suggestion. Oh, okay, for Rika. There's a lot of different illustrations of her where she seems to have a lot more variation in the way her face looks than other characters. Oh, wow, this is small. Horrible, gluey flesh hair. Yeah. A lot of new viewers come in saying that. Oh, what, that I'm cute? That is true. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a cute little guy. Oh yeah, she does have square frame glasses, it looks like. Or no, they're square on the outside, round on the inside. They're like winged frames. None of these are good reference images for this girly. Let me see what you sent, because here's her glasses here. Don't save that. Your design is clever and attractive, you can be unstoppable. Yeah, perhaps. Which is why I am critiquing gacha games, because I think the designs they make should not just be attractive, they should also be clever. They should also be clever. Same with VTubers. They should also be clever. Yes. She wears glasses when at work as a receptionist. Ah, I see. Nice pixels, I know. I know. The pixels really did not want to work with me today. Hang on. Let's see. Santa's, or who sent one? Oh, this is the same concept art I just had open, but with much more resolution. Thank you for added resolution. I appreciate it. I thought Luigi was cute too. Thanks, I'm glad you think so. I think that thing looks like a little bit of a monster. It's looking at your old art. I can't look at old EG for very long. I start going, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Why did I do it that way? What was I thinking? Why did I do that? The answer is I just wanted to debut. I just wanted to exist, which was a good move. Past EG made a smart move and made a smart decision. The smart decision was waiting until 2.0 to put a hard work into it. She's got Smurf charm? Huh? That mentality is why I refuse commissions for tattoo art? Oh my god, Aphrodite, you get me. My family asks me constantly to design their tattoos, and I'm like, I can't do that. I cannot put a piece of art on your body that I'll have to look at forever, because I will hate it. Give me a year and I'll hate it. I couldn't do it. No. And that's the other problem. That's the reason why I haven't gotten a tattoo, is because I would want to design my own tattoo, but I wouldn't want to draw it. Can I just get a tattoo artist to redraw my drawing and make it their own? Maybe. But I just haven't done it for that reason. I just haven't done it for that reason. I could never. Yeah, no, I feel you. I get you. Our artists understand that feeling, perhaps. So, Rika, I know nothing about her. Let me do an actual cold read for her design. So, oh, you guys already spoiled something for me, but let me do a cold read as best as I can. So, if I were to break down her outfit, she's wearing a tie that feels a little bit more like a harness than it does like a tie. She's got a backpack on. Or wait, no, it's not a backpack. These are suspenders that attach at the side. Interesting. So she is dressed maybe a little bit more masculinely. She's got a baggier shirt with rolled up sleeves. We know she's about business. She's got her gloves on too. She's not afraid to get her hands dirty, although she's wearing gloves. Maybe that's not the right phrase to use for it. She's not afraid to use her hands in her work, perhaps would be the better phrase. She is dressed in a somewhat formal manner, but not like in a she's your boss manner. She seems like she is someone who could be a coworker or somebody at, you know, not entry level, but she is somebody who is not very high in the rungs of an organization, maybe. She's got practical boots on. I'll tell you right now, Chelsea boots and boots of this style are very practical. They're fashionable, but you can also run around and do whatever stupid nonsense you want to in them. Oh my god, she is Julia Drawfee! She is so Julia Drawfee, which is to say, slightly masculine and androgynous. Could have a beer with her energy. You could, that's true. Jisoo Bunny, thank you for following, I appreciate it. Guess her type? Looking at her color palette, she has green hair that is pulled back. She's got brown boots and sort of like an earthy beige or like khaki style shirt on. So I'm gonna guess that she's maybe a ground type trainer or a rock type trainer. I see people guessing normal also. I guess I could see normal. Maybe. Perhaps normal, grass, dark. Yeah, I could see grass also from the green hair and earthy colors. Mayhaps. It seems like her hair tie is very interesting also. It's got an elastic and then it has like something technological strapped around it. She's got a lot of piercings too. She feels like she's your cool manager when you work somewhere that you're maybe not enjoying, but she's your cool hashtag relatable manager who has lots of interesting piercings, maybe is a little bit over the work position, is maybe given about 80% to the job at most, and then goes out and like has a much better time after work. Maybe she can skateboard. Admin or receptionist for the government. I feel like that's pushing it. I don't really read her as being a receptionist. I feel like receptionists usually have to dress, I'm not looking for, she's not quite as formal as I would think a receptionist may need to dress. Is she an investigative journalist or her Pokemon is a steel type printing press animal? Now that would be cool. I would be here for that. Best guess. I could see her being somebody who works as a journalist. I think the khaki colors make sense for that, and the suspenders, the tie, semi-formal attire that you could wear in the field. Yeah, I guess like field reporter, or honestly, I'd believe it if you told me she was like a field scientist maybe too. Because if you were to just put the scientist jacket on her, I'd be like, all right, scientist, sure. She's got glasses that makes her look professional. Sure. My hashtag relatable manager. Her name is a Clodsire. Oh, okay, so what is Clodsire? Is Clodsire in that one? Is that the one that is ground type? Potentially, the glasses are almost Gap Moe. Interesting. Let me look at some of the details about her. Her personality, at least in this illustration, makes her seem very aloof. She seems like she just does not care very much. Her eyes are sort of dripping down at the edges. She seems exhausted. She seems overworked. And she seems like she is maybe not unfriendly, but maybe kind of curt. Perhaps. Ground / poison. Okay. The one that looks like a choco roll? Okay. How do her suspenders work? They're attached to the side, but they cross in the back. Oh, wait. It's because they're attached to each other. So it's almost like her suspenders are more of like a posture device. Do you see this here? It goes around the front of her shoulders and then around her back. It seems like maybe it's more so for posture than for holding her pants on, although I guess it would still hold her pants up. It's a practical element. We appreciate it. Her tie's also really long. In Japanese, her name's Chili? What? Specializes in ground-type Pokemon. Rika is a slender young woman. Oh, you know what's funny? I was reading her, I mean, I guess she's still young, but I was reading her as being like 30s to 40s. Because of her business attire and the fact that she looks exhausted, but I guess she could be younger. Red eyes, long green hair, and a ponytail with a long cowlick. Gray button-up shirt. This is gray? I don't know if I'd call that gray, but okay. Brown shoes, matching black gloves. Paldea League's logo. Okay. Wears silver triangle-shaped ear piercings and earrings. On top of her duties as an Elite Four member. Wait, you guys did tell me that. Her being Elite Four member is interesting. Does she have some angle like N had where she's just supposed to appear as very like run-of-the-mill, just your average guy who it's like a wham, surprise, she's actually in the Elite Four. She leads the interview process when trainers want to do Elite Four. Oh, okay. I guess I could see that. That makes sense. Interesting. Works under Geeta as her assistant and has a laid-back, tomboyish personality. She goes to play her kiddo. She's the receptionist for the Pokemon League who interviews the players during the first part of the champion assessment. Interesting. Okay. Is she Girl Larry? I don't know about that. She does have a type, which I can see. Yeah, she doesn't look like, yeah, a hard beep interviewer. A hard butt interviewer. She's no nonsense. If you answer one question wrong in her interview, you get kicked out. And you have to restart the interview from the beginning. Can battle her. Okay, interesting. Larry's overworked office worker. Rika's cool big sister. Yeah. Secretary. Oh, she does seem a little bit softer in the way she's drawn in the anime, which is interesting. She has to babysit the Elite Four. No wonder she looks like she's seen too many things. She's friends with Larry, but is not femme Larry. Okay, she's presented as very important. I can see some of that in her clothing. That's interesting. I appreciate that they went this angle for a character design for a secretary, because it's not the obvious approach, maybe? Oh my gosh. Look at her. This is a frame of her in the manga, apparently, in one part of it. That's wild. That looks very different. And let's play the Pokemon card game. She's in a Scarlet and Violet arc of it. This is a completely different person. This looks like an entirely different character. I don't believe that. But then in Pokemon Adventure, she looks the way she looked before. Camerupt is her only known Pokemon. What do you mean? Does she not fight you with a team? I hate when they tell me that. You fight her. What do you mean that's her only known Pokemon? Oh, you guys told me she's a Clodsire. She's got a Dugtrio too. Okay. Also, she almost looks like a mom in that panel. Maybe that's in the future, perhaps. Oh, her only known Mon in the manga, or in the manga also. Okay. Psycrum, thank you for following also. I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you. I appreciate it. And that media. Could be. Different art styles, yes, are kind of wild to look at. Triangles are an interesting repeating motif for her as well, which I would have to assume is related to the fact that triangles, at least in architecture, are considered to be the strongest shape. So she sort of ends up being their backbone. She's the interviewer, she's the wrangler of the Elite Four, she kind of seems to be managing them. And the fact that she doesn't have a lot of elements in her design that flare out very wide is keeping her energy mostly flowing downward, which makes us read her as being quiet. She is also made up of mostly squares, which we consider to be very dependable shapes. Strong, sturdy, stable, dependable. I see you're saying triangles are stable like the ground. Usually in, at least in visual design, triangles tend to allude to having more of an edge, a little bit more chaos, a little bit more energy because they're sharp. But I do think that the squares in her design that make up the most of her design, her squeeze. Take a deep breath. Her sleeves. Her sleeves are cuffed in a squared off manner. Her shoulders are very square and somewhat broad. Her pants are squared off. Her shoes do narrow down to a point. But like the side imagery on them is squared off. The heel is squared off. Yeah, sorry, I almost said my name trying to talk about her sleeves. I'm losing it a little bit. But yes, I can see her being a foundation from all of her square shapes. The sharpness of her hair, I guess, is telling us to not count her out. I imagine she is still somewhat strict. I think I did read that correctly about her, maybe, also. Perhaps. Sleeve EG, squeeze EG. I'm many things. Music synced when you stopped talking? Oh, did it really? It was letting me have my moment of silence. It was letting me suffer and think about what I hath done. It was letting me have a moment to myself for that one, which is fine. Apart from conventional shape language, when I see an upright triangle, I see most of the weight of the shape on the ground, so I think that's a shape you're not going to tip over. That is true. I guess that does make sense for stability also, yeah. If you're talking about object design especially, if you're thinking about like mugs or, I'm thinking mostly of ceramics, but yeah, that does make sense also. Stable, not easily tipped over. Your average superhero? Easily knocked over. Spindly legs with those wide shoulders, they're top heavy. I'm gonna push them right over. They can't stop me. She's dependable. She's got a wide stance. I see what you mean. Yeah, grounded, perhaps. But yeah, both of those languages, I think, are working together for her. She does maybe, yes, have a little bit of the men's formal wear struggle going on. I'm sure she is iconic for her design, but this is one of those outfits where I feel like we could put this on many other characters and it wouldn't feel out of place. If we put them on other women in Pokemon, it may feel out of place, just because Pokemon does not have that many, like, more masculine female characters. But I'm not sure if that's enough. Pyramid's the most stable shape to build, that is true. Glass is the one thing that feels off to me, they're so round. I know, I feel like she would have worked better if they would have given her squared frames, like a librarian style frame almost. But they gave her winged frames, or like, what do they call them, cat-eye frames? Which is also what makes her look a little bit older to me, because I associate this with more historical fashion, so I think of her as being in her 40s maybe as a result. Thought of her as a flying type between the glasses and hair. I do see how those could come across as wings also, but they are, I believe, cat-eye is what they're called. Interesting. Okay. So, we can kind of use this version for silhouette. For silhouette check here. Which is to say, I don't know if they are. Gotta have cat eye frames, they're secretary shorthand. Are they? When I think of cat eye frames, I think of like babysitter. Do you know what I mean? Secretary. Is that like is that like the 80s secretary style glasses? Or like 70s maybe? Let me see. No, I don't want the film called Secretary. Let me see. Acts like a big sister to Poppy. That is cute to hear. Also have a feminine androgynous ice gym trainer in this generation. Interesting. Librarian or old school counselor to me. Babysitter to the Elite Four. If anything, they want to give her secretary glasses chains like Corbeau. Yeah, I do think that having glasses chains may have lent into that a little bit. But, I mean, having glasses in general would help us to read her as being a secretary. I am seeing images of secretaries with cat eye style glasses, though. I wonder if they just made them more angular, if we'd be more ready to accept them as a part of her design. Like, if they hit, like, harder angles instead of being so rounded, they could still be a cat eye shade. It's about 50-50 Googling secretary glasses. Okay. I mean, 50%, that's still statistically, what do you call it? Statistically significant. But if these weren't rounded, if these were, like, squared off and came down to, like, a sharper point, that might make us accept them for her design a little bit more. I think the roundedness is what's throwing us off, because really, her design doesn't have very much rounded shape language anywhere other than this one angle of her head. Cat eye frame secretary is an old style from like the 60s, and those designs always had rounded shapes like the iconic beehive hairstyle. Ah, I see, okay. Also, the chunky frames are fun too. They do also place her in the past for me a little bit too. Nowadays in fashion, we tend to lean a little bit more into thinner frames, or even frameless or clear frames. And that may have modernized her a little bit, but I don't know if that would have helped her read that way. Upturned glasses emphasize the downturned eyes. No, I don't mind the shape of them. I just think they could have made them more angular, maybe. Whoops, I'm erasing it. Like, if they used hard angles instead of rounded angles for the inside parts of it, that may have fit better. They could have also been maybe just, like, a hair thinner, but I think I'm making them thicker also by doing this, perhaps. But did I even start grading her? I don't think I did. Silhouette. Yeah, an upturned square, yes. Silhouette. Her hair is really the only thing significant about her silhouette for me. Her clothing is just business wear and silhouette. Her hair does have some asymmetry to it, which is nice. But her clothing is all completely symmetrical otherwise. I'm not sure her silhouette really works for me all that well. She's a little bit understated. Bias against masculine clothing. Okay, but as we said with Corbeau, you can have masculine clothing that has an interesting silhouette to it. Yeah, I think her silhouette is similar to N's. Yeah, with the big long ponytail that is green. And her somewhat subdued palette and her clothing that is businessy and not really exaggerating any one part of the body over the other. Her hair is the most exaggerated element of her. Hey, lack of variety in masculine clothing silhouette-wise, but it doesn't have to. There is variety we can have in masculine clothing silhouettes. It exists, it's out there. We just have to be clever enough to find the ways to do it. But it does, they're trying to make her relatively grounded, which is why they didn't go for that. Haha, she's a ground type trainer. She's grounded in her design. She's trying to be a little bit more practical and realistic, maybe. Hee 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 hee. Anyways. We could honestly bounce around grass, ground, or flying is rough. She could have a Leafeon as her lead, and I wouldn't bat an eye. That is maybe a little bit rough. I agree. Unless you make clothing more campy. Hey, for a more masculine girly, making the clothes more campy, I feel like would not be out of place. Hear me out. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Just doesn't, we don't have to go super over the top, but just a little bit. Even the glasses chain would add some interesting camp to it. Shoulder pads, yeah. Shoulder pads, flared pants a little bit. She could have, like, her shirt could be more exaggerated around her waist. Like, they're still trying to be like, oh, look at her tiny itty bitty little waist. Okay, make her waist narrower. Make her waist wider. Make her shoes more exaggerated or more interesting shape. Yeah, give her shoulder pads. There's a lot of things you can do with formal wear to make it more interesting. And I think we just maybe need a little bit of it, because I just think that as far as level of detail goes, people love her. And I get it. She is so simple in her design, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. She's very pared down. But I don't know if her clothing is telling us as much about her as it could. She seems businessy. But if she's a receptionist, or not a receptionist, a secretary, I wonder if she should have, like, some sort of accessory that alludes to that a little bit more. Like, what types of things do receptionists use and interact with? Primarily, I think we're thinking of phones. Yeah, it's giving a little more film. Yeah, I see film noir more than secretary. I'm not sure that that angle has been fully accounted for in the design all the way, and she feels a little bit under-detailed to me as a result. Her only repeating motif is triangles, where a lot of the other Pokemon trainers who succeed are because they're using a repeating motif that comes from one of their Pokemon or something else that's a little more complex than just a triangle, you know? Perhaps. And the triangle is not really fusing with the clothing at all. It's just straight up a triangle for attaching things to, and her shoes are a little bit triangularly shaped. Looks like she could be a low-rank mobster. I could see that. I could see that. She likes to hug her Clodsire like a pillow. Hey, if we dirtied her up a little bit, honestly, that would tell me more about her as a person than this does. Although I guess as a receptionist, you couldn't really be dressed that way, but if she had a little bit more dirt on her sleeves, we may be more likely to guess what her type is of Pokemon. Focal point. This, I will say, is one thing that is being done effectively for her. Is that her head is very focal. We can't really complain about that. Have her carry a Rolodex. I don't know about that. I was gonna jokingly suggest giving her, like, a receptionist or, like, Bluetooth earpiece kind of thing, where that would also feel, like, masculine and business-y, but then we'd be thinking more in, like, the office realm as far as what her work is, perhaps? Might then wonder if she's an archaeologist. Oh, see, yeah, maybe that's also true with the natural colors. Red eyes make her look pretty severe compared to the rest of her earth tones. That is also true. I did have, like, just a quiet hunch that she may be a villain, because she is wearing darks and neutrals. Her eye is red. She seems a little bit more withdrawn in personality, but I feel like her hair is too vibrant for that. What type is she? I missed it. She's ground type, I believe. Looks like a Yakuza / like a dragon party member. I could see that. Clodsire pin would be cute under suspenders, or even if she just had elements in her design that were inspired by Clodsire. Like, her tie could have been in some way referential of... Does Clodsire have a tail? I can't remember what does Clodsire look like? Clodsire does have a tail. I wonder if we could have referenced Clodsire with, like, its tail shape on her tie, or something with like the wavy, like wiggly patterning it has that separates its top from its bottom. Something. We could have gotten texture or pattern in her clothing. It's a weird type because rock exists. It is weird. I've never understood why we needed a distinction between those two things, but I guess it is like mineral as opposed to organic matter, potentially. But I've never understood why that was a thing. But yeah, if we had some pattern work that referenced this fella, that would honestly go a long ways, because if an outfit is not interesting for its shapes, which sadly this isn't, it can be made interesting through color, which they're not really doing. We're sticking with neutrals for a ground type. Or then we can use texture. Yes, she's a dirt type, which does make sense of the browns in her palette, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Clodsire belt with the wavy elements to it. Honestly, even if just her suspenders had that like waviness to it, or they were split in half with a wavy pattern that made one side one color and one side another color, that would do a lot for making that accessory uniquely hers. Even if just her necktie did that, that would do a lot. It reminds me of Howl for some reason. Really? That's interesting. Howl is so over the top for me in his design. And Howl has such an iconic silhouette. What is it that reminds you of Howl about her? Interesting. Her hair could have been slate gray instead of green too. I do like the green hair, but I do think that making it brown could work. She's so handsome. Okay. It's the handsomeness, I see. But, yeah, vibes. Okay, I see. But, focal point wise, her head is focal. Her hair creates this nice big arcing shape that tapers, forcing our eye to travel up to her head, where most of the green is living. All the asymmetry in her design is around her head, and her orange eye is also very saturated compared to the other oranges in her design. So her head is effectively focal. That's working pretty well for her. Her color palette isn't bad. I do tend to be a little bit more lenient with color palettes that are neutral when they have browns in them than if they're just blacks. And her pants aren't just a straight black either. Her pants have a blue undertone to them. Blue undertone in her pants, brown undertone in her shirt. She's got her somewhat saturated brown shoes, which that color bounces around in her design through her tie and her collar elements and just some random little leather bits. The green and orange add some interest. I'm not too bothered with it. It's fine. For as much as I want a little bit more in the pops of color department, I feel like that would go against the fact that she's supposed to be grounded in her color design also. Yes, handsome lady. Very handsome lady. Hair really looks leafy despite the desaturated color. Her hair is actually pretty saturated. It's just dark. Her hair is more than 80% saturation. If I were to show you the color square that I have, which I think is what's making us feel that way, perhaps. If her hair was maybe not all green and had some brown bits to it, would it be maybe nice if her hair had almost like we could see her roots? Like she dyes her hair green? Because that might make it feel a little bit more earthy if she had like some sort of like brown color in her hair at the root. Do you know what I mean? That's too saturated. That's not the color I wanted. But like, even if you could just see just like a little bit of it here, or maybe it was a gradient that was in this area, that might be kind of interesting. Perhaps. I picked a terrible color for this. Hue, luminosity, darker. Why is it not getting darker? Oh, there we go. Like that is what I'm talking about. Make it like mint chocolate chip-y. That might be fun. Approval. Thanks. I'm glad you agree. Dirt hair roots. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Weirdly enough, the roots really bring out the red eye. Yes, which would make her face even more focal. And it would add more detail around her head too, which might be nice. Yeah. Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh. Oh wait, I said I have to sneeze and maybe not sneeze. Hang on, I won. I defeated the sneeze. I came out on top here. What do we have here for grade though? 2, 4, 5, 6.5? No! I mean, it's not the worst grade, but it's definitely not as high as some of the other characters, which makes me a little bit sad for how beloved she is. She's cool, undeniably. I like the theming, the fact that they essentially made more masculine Gorly. I'm here for it. I'm a fan of that. It's not the typical route for a Pokemon trainer, perhaps, and people are clearly very into it, which makes me happy. But yeah, I think she just needs a little more pizzazz, a little more flair to her, a little bit more, a couple more elements that make her truly unique, maybe. She's got Tifa is tired of your crap energy. I see. My Yuri husband. What do you mean by that? Clodsire has white circles on top of its back. You could use those on her. Oh yeah, if she had like white circles somewhere, that could work. But don't Clodsire's circles turn into like spikes or something too? Because then we could use those spikes maybe also. Rip Rika ranking. Yes, sorry, Rika. 6.5 out of 10. I'm sorry. Let's see. Whoops, I keep spelling this wrong. There we go. Are you ready to find out what our average grade was for Pokemon? Because I am. Let me find out. Let's see, so I can pay out our prediction. What do you guys think? What was the general guess, perhaps? Curious where chili came from? I don't know. It says that on the Bulbapedia page in Bulba Garden. It says Rika, Japanese, chili. Does feel like Tifa, which is ironic because Aerith had the actual tomboy personality of the two. Well, see, that's the whole appeal of Tifa and Aerith is that they subvert what your expectation is. We expect Tifa to be very tomboyish because she's dressed in an athletic manner, but she's actually quiet and shy and reserved. And Aerith is dressed as a cutesy girly girl who seems like she would be, I mean, she is kind of naive, but she seems like she'd be more of the cutesy girly girl. But Aerith is much more of a tomboy who's gonna get her hands dirty and get herself into a ton of nonsense. She shouldn't. Alistair in Japanese is onion for some reason? Huh? Interesting. Okay. Intriguing. Alright, I need a calculator. Calculator, because I'm gonna fail to do math, probably, otherwise. Let me check my folder here. I see guesses for 7, mostly, which may be accurate. Let's find out. Oh my god, I can't find it. Where's the folder? Ah, where's my Pokemon Trainer folder? Come on. There we go. Okay, give me extra large icon so I can read the grades. So we have... I just want to use a calculator, please. Please just make a calculator. 8.5 plus 7 plus 7 plus 7.5 plus 7 plus... Oh, Giovanni with a 5 plus 8 plus 8. Oh, James and Jesse are bringing things up. Plus 9 plus 8 plus 7.5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 5. Uh-oh. Plus 9.5. Actually, this could be anyone's game. Plus 6.5. 117.5. Hang on, I gotta write this down so I can finish my math properly. Hang on. Giovanni tanking the score. Giovanni and Oak both getting 5s is definitely outliers. Did we do Cynthia? Yeah, I got Cynthia in here. So 117.5. How many of them are there? Let me see. Jesse and James, Iono and Raihan are definitely pulling the grade up though also. Nurse Joy got an 8 also. Acerola's 8.5 is helping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait, I didn't do this right. Hang on. Hang on. How did I just say? How many of them were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16. Oh, okay. There we go. Got it. So, those of you who guessed 7 were right. That was actually a pretty accurate average. It was 7.3, actually. To do any of the protagonists, only Ash. Ash was the only protagonist we got to. Hey, in the true sense, 68 degrees, and we did get 7. Although most of you, why did so many of you vouch for 9? Did you really think it'd be that high? 7 out of 10 was the average. I would say Mako's a boring design for most of the story. She's in ordinary clothes, which allows for growth and interest when she gets level up moment. Who's Mako? I don't know who that is. So for Rika, it's from the word Riku, which means land, and from paprika, and the Japanese name Chiri is from the word chi for earth, and the chili plant, which is what her hairstyle is a reference to. Wait, her hair is a reference to a chili plant, and yet she's a ground type. Interesting. Okay. There's my 1 spore. Oh my god, wait! Mountain Dreams got all of the points! Mountain Dreams got all 3.3k that were bet! Oh my god! Congrats! You truly obtained all the shroomy points there. Oh my god! Now rank the Miku voltage designs. Oh, that would require its own entire stream. I happen to think that the Miku, I think it's fairy type, is really cute though. So Jubby's not home for some reason. Fairy type Miku. I'll just show you her. Is this what I'm thinking of? Yeah, I like this one. She's sort of dressed in Gyaru fashion a little bit. With her leg warmers and her two-tone hair. Look how free she is! Look at her! And her big floral in her hair and the pattern work. She's so cute. I wish they'd commit and actually give her Gyaru makeup. But they didn't. She's kind of schoolgirl aesthetic-y without it. Fairy type Miku is transcoded. Yes, she is blue, pink, and white. She is cute. Bug Miku? Wait, Bug Miku's also cute. Is Bug Miku the one that has the... oh no, what is it? She's got a very clever use of music notes in her design, I think, right? Yeah! Oh, look at her. I saw this, and then because Snow Miku was Metamorphosis themed, I was like, man, all the cool ideas have been done. She's got a ribbon that is butterfly wings. Her hair feels like antenna because it's so long and thin, or like insect legs. This is musical notes, which is so clever. Then she's got her number on her super duper long tie. She's so cute. I love her. The Pokemikus are so well done. I like Rock Miku. I think it's Rock. Let me see Rock. We'll just look at him real quick. I do need to go though. Oh, wait. Yeah. She's... Oh, wait. What's this Pokemon called? She's so princessy with all her gems and stuff. What is this Pokemon called? I can't think of it. What is this guy? Poison Miku's lava lamp coated. Oh, I should look at her. Of course you would like her, huh, Astrodeity? Aurorus? Aurorus? How do you say that? Rock ice Pokemon. Interesting. I like that the ruffles on its head are sort of mimicked by the ruffles in her dress. It's cute. And she's also got gems embedded. Let me see. What was the other one you said? Poison? I've seen all of them, but I'm not picturing all of them in my mind. Oh! Oh, yeah, this Miku's got the drip. She has some serious drip. This, I would argue, though, there's a debate that always goes on with Mikus, which is whether or not Miku reads as Miku. And theoretically, all you have to preserve for Miku to read as Miku is she either needs to keep her twin tails or she needs to keep the teal hair color. And this one, I fear I don't read this as Miku, despite the fact that she does have the pigtails. I think the warmer color palette is really getting further away from her. She does have a very sick Sonic pose, though, and I love that her shoes almost feel like she stepped in gum and she's wearing them inside of bags. This is fun design, but I don't know if I'd realize this as being Miku, unfortunately. Her hair, I think, is just too far away. We've gotten so far from the basis of Miku. I don't read Dark Miku as much as I love the design. I know, like, I love this design, but I don't know if I read it as Miku. Let me see the Dark type one. Dark type Miku. Could have kept some teal in her. I know. I feel like we could have just kept some teal instead of the greens, maybe? Would you say the image of Miku was poisoned? Perhaps. I could see that. Oh, the dark type Miku is totally Miku. This is totally, completely Miku. I don't have any trouble with this being a Miku for me. This is a Miku. You haven't looked at some of the darker ends of Vocaloid. This is Miku. Her hair's teal and she's got twin tails. And she's got her tattoo on her arm and she's got red eyes. This is Miku. Without a doubt, that's Miku. I see Miku here. I see her. Oh, this is crazy. She has a gun, umbrella, microphone. Or is it just a microphone? It kind of looks like a gun to me. I'm expecting punk Miku. This is cool. I know. I like that she's a little bit more elegant. She's classier. But she's still, like, dark and edgy. She's performing at a nightclub, perhaps. Ghost Miku? What is the ghost one? Is there a ghost one? Is there a Miku voltage design for each one? Oh, I have seen the ghost design. This one, I think, is the one that pays the closest homage to just base Miku. But the glitching in her hair is very interesting. She's paired with Miss Magius, which is interesting, because I feel like I don't see as much Miss Magius in her design as I could. Gunbrella phone, doopy doopy doop. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping. Panella phone. It grows in bunches. I've got my hunches. She's like a digital ghost almost, which makes sense for her because she does live in my PC and my Wi-Fi. Her skirt is transparent and glowy and it's moving in an interesting way. Her legs are sort of disappearing. She's dissolving. Her number is being displayed as it's like projected almost. It is interesting. Yeah, the ghost in the machine. Zoonic Arts and Keys into the Wilderness and Mitezuka. Thank you guys for following me. What was that? That was quick. 3 of you all at once. Was this planned? Ground is the overall most popular Miku here in the West, at least from what I can tell. Was Ground the one we looked at, or was that Rock? Which one is Ground? Let me see. Oh, she's got Flygons. Oh, see, this is clever, but again, I feel like this is almost too far away from Miku for me. She's sick. She looks like such a cool adventurer. She's going on her quest with her little cape on. I believe this is an archaeologist Miku working out in the field. Somewhere that's maybe a little bit arid, perhaps. Her pants are nice and dirtified. I can tell she's been outside. I love Miku, and Ghost is my favorite version of her Voltage collab. Hey, hell yeah. Happy accident, maybe. Welcome. Low-key fitting in a whole stream's worth of content in the last 10 minutes. I can do a dedicated one for Project Voltage. I just wanted to look at a couple of them here at the end. Oh, we've been raided on YouTube. Mawa Wade. Mawa, I think this has happened before. When I go over, Mawa ends up raiding me, and I'm like, oh, crud. I was supposed to end. Hi, Mawa. Hi. Showmates can we rotate for Mara. Welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fun guy, and I'm also an art educator. We were critiquing Pokemon trainer designs, but right now we're just kind of off topic looking at Project Voltage Mikus, and I was sort of wrapping up a little bit. A fun guy! If you say so. If you think so. I appreciate it. How was your stream, though? How's your day? 'Twas decent. I'm recovering from illness. The power of my Advil, cold, and sinus is kind of wearing off, though. I'm losing my energy, and I'm getting more congested. So, I may have to call it a day somewhat soon. Thank you for spinning my head, though. I appreciate it. Well, how was your stream, Mara? What were you up to? How did it go? Ow! Why are you hitting me? I didn't do anything to deserve this treatment. Ow! Project Voltage is a Pokemon collab. Pokemon is on topic. It's on topic, but it wasn't what our topic was for today. Perhaps. Lost our heart to Faith, Chapter 2, and then rage baited to House Flipper. Oh my god! Faith is such a sick game. I love the style of it. The music is cool. It's just aesthetically incredible. I could never play that game myself, ever. There's a VTuber who I had a very good time watching play that game because they were very unaffected by it, which was nice. But that game is A, scary, B, hard, so I don't blame you. And House Flipper is also so fun. So I hope you had fun with some interior design. Can't play any game without breaking it. You broke it? What do you mean you broke it? Did you break the game? Did you soft lock yourself? What do you mean? Huh? Shroom needs to use rest. Yeah, maybe. No! Did you actually break it? Oh my god. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so unfortunate. I am so sorry. I just noticed this Miku has Crocs. Oh my god, she does! She does have Crocs, huh? My counter went missing and it wouldn't fit back against the wall. I don't know what I did. Oh no, I don't really know what that means, but I'm so sorry for your loss. Oh, wait, you mean in House Flipper? It bugged out? If it's the original House Flipper, that game is kind of buggy. I also have experienced some bugs in that game. It is full of insects. Speaking of insects, do I still have my bug Miku here? Where'd she go? Fairy Miku, yeah, bug Miku, speaking of bugs. She's so cute. Isn't she so cute? I think she's so cute. Would Crocs be comfortable in the desert? I don't know. The sand would get in, but the sand would probably also get out. I imagine it'd be better than socks in the desert. I feel like you'd get a lot of sand in your socks in the desert. People wear sandals in the desert, right? So maybe it wouldn't be too bad. And it's keeping the sun off your feet. They're white, so they're reflective, although she'd have some weird tan lines from where it's open. I think it's fine. I think it's all right. I think it's acceptable for whatever that's happening. Love the brown or bright blue accents with mostly brown color scheme. Yes, this one's so cute. Bug Miku's paired with Cricketune. Yes, which makes sense because Cricketune makes music noises. It's music-themed bug Pokemon inspired pairing option. Crocs are just fancy sandals in my opinion. That's maybe fair, depending on who you are. Normal Miku hides in your Wi-Fi. Bug Miku hides in your walls and floor. Yeah, I'm having a Bug Miku infestation. Faith, I did pretty good. Just had my heart rate going sky high. That's fair. I also can't play scary games because my resting heart rate these days is pretty high. I got the pots. So taking my resting heart rate of 80 to something that scares me, I'd probably be sitting at like 120 consistently if I was on edge. I feel ya. It's a lot. Her legs have carapace. Yes! Or what do you call it? Chitin. Chitin? Chitin. Amber taught me this word. Chitin. Chitin. That's what the outside of a bug is called. I think carapace is what a turtle has. Potentially. Chitin is the exoskeleton on bugs, on their legs. Correct. Yes! Yes, I got it! 2 Faith streams ago, I think I hit 160. 160. Oh, your heart rate? Oh my god, Mom! Take care of yourself! Oh my word! Be careful! Don't subject yourself to that. Oh my god, that's like not good if you're not working out. You're getting a workout by playing the game. That's crazy. Carapaces can be made of chitin. Chitin's just the material. Oh, the more you know. Thank you. I see. That being said, carapace can be used to refer to the entire chitinous shell. I'm learning so much about bugs. Can I bug you to learn a couple bug facts? I guess you've already learned them. You've been forced. We have decreed that you must learn bug facts. But I do need to wrap up because we are a half an hour over and I am down with the sickness. I need to eat and drink and take more cold medicine probably and figure out where my Jubby is because Jubby is not home, which is kind of strange. But things to announce for the week are that Friday we'll be continuing the beep of the lamb. I want to fight the spider, maybe. Maybe we fight spider, perhaps. It's possible that we fight the spider. It's within our grasp that we could fight the spider because I've got a 4-hour stream, so maybe we fight spider in the lamb stream. Other things. If you would like to submit an EG clip for us to review next Friday, if you would like. I said this at the beginning of stream, but I'm going to say it at the end of stream in case there's different fellas here now that were not here earlier. If you would like to submit your EG clip for us to look at, you can do that here, and I will prepare a whatchamacallit, a compilation of them at that time for our viewing enjoyment. Yes. Other things. May 11th. You should be there or be square. May 11th is when we're going to start our Crits for Charity for Creatures Big and Small for Cure Cancer Australia. It'll be great. You should come. I'm also debuting a model. You should come look. May 4th donations start. Yes. So next Monday you can start donating if you would like. If you'd like to secure your spot in the queue. Hope this doesn't count as a Miku Pokemon design video. It does not. No, she'll get her own time, perhaps. Can I submit an extra one? I submitted one earlier, but I'm gonna put my clip from today in. Sure, go for it. There's not a limit. You can submit as many as you want. I stream for 4 hours. We can watch as many clips as we want, as long as there's not duplicates that I'm putting in. We can watch clips for 4 hours if we want to, or we can just yap. It's fine. Other things? I think that's actually it. I think that's all my housekeeping. Thank you for hanging out with me. Not 5 million clips. I don't think there are 5 million clips of me. In order for there to be 5 million clips, you'd have to start clipping more, because I don't think we clip enough to reach that number. At least not soon. No, we gotta work on it. If we're trying to hit 5 million clips, we gotta work. That's at least several clips a stream we'd need for that. But thank you all for hanging out with me. Mara, I feel bad. This is the second time where we've had to sort of raid train things. But I'm happy for you and your new stuffed bee named Benedict who smells like lavender. And I appreciate you stopping by and introducing your fellas over here. I hope you are doing well. YouTube fellas, I sadly can't send you anywhere though because I can't raid on YouTube and never have been able to and never probably will be able to. Heart to break. It's okay, enjoy your day. Thank you, YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. I will see you guys Friday, perhaps. Thank you for your good Pokemon information and knowledge. Bye. Twitch stream 8.